Who will the Sharks pick? Will they trade the pick? Will anyone make any picks? We're going to do this. We're going to do some live reactions. We're going to talk about some of the day's events. It's Teal Town Live. But first, if you want to be a part of the show, be sure to talk to us in the YouTube chat. You can hit us up on our social medias at tealtownusa, pretty much anywhere you go. And tonight, I am joined by Mr. Mark, who honestly, Mark, we've been together on this group for quite a long time, but I feel like we've done, maybe a show together.
Yeah, I think so. And that was one of those classic me, you, and another person shows. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's always me and Puck Guy or me and Landy.
Yeah,
that's pretty much been it.
So
I think Lacey may have been there twice with me too, but yeah,
probably yeah. So I mean, this is fun. I've been looking really forward to doing this show. Obviously, we're gonna do some live reactions to the draft tonight. I am at Ian's Blogs Hockey, Mark SJS on the Twitter. Again, super excited to do a show with you because, like I said, we don't get to do this very often, but I've been super stoked for this all day.
Yeah, same here. And honestly, this is I always say, this is my favorite day of the hockey calendar. There's obviously more exciting things in the hockey world, like lifting the Stanley Cup, but as a singular day, it's pretty much this, free agency, and the trade deadline, but I still put the draft as number one.
Yeah, the draft's fun. I mean, I think it's definitely high on my list. I think it's weird because I think the Stanley Cup is obviously high on my list, but I think my favorite two things actually have nothing to do with the NHL. World Juniors, Memorial Cup, draft, Stanley Cup. That's probably the order I'd put mine in.
That's fair. The World Juniors is also exciting. Yeah, similar to the draft, because again, it's that whole the next wave. It's all the future hope and all that kind of stuff. So I see you on World Juniors for sure. And the draft kind of just wraps that all up, because a lot of times you're seeing some of those stars from World Juniors getting picked, and then you're tracking them the following year because you may not be able to see them with their juniors or European team. But usually World Juniors are televised nationally. Yep. So it's just a good opportunity to check in on all those players.
Yeah. So, I mean, a couple of things. Obviously, they're going to do all the talking before we actually get to the pick, because this is the NHL, and the first 5 picks usually take an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Today, we've had a couple of things happen. Actually, you know what? Before we get into today's events, what are your thoughts on Mike Grier as the new GM of the San Jose Sharks?
To be honest, he wasn't really on my radar, but I'm not one of those people who fully keeps tuned in to all the best available upcoming coaches and GMs. But looking at his resume, obviously seeing him as a former Shark and liking who he was as a player and seeing what other people say about him, I'm pretty excited. Mostly, I'm just excited about a change. Anyone who follows me knows I'm a huge fan of Doug Wilson, but I think it's cool after 20-something years to finally have a new voice kind of hopefully running the team. I mean, there are people who say the whole puppet thing, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So I'm pretty happy with Grier, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Maybe not necessarily over the next few days. I don't know how quick he's going to start making moves, but I'm very excited to see what his vision is going to be with the Sharks.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty Again, would it have been my first choice? No, probably not. But I don't hate the choice either. I'm pretty happy with the idea that, ideally, some of the things that he's already said he wants to do in interviews after the initial press conference and stuff, definitely excite me a little bit. I think now it's obviously we have to see what he's going to do. And I think we're all waiting for that first big splash, because obviously the one thing that we probably expected to happen not too long after a GM was hired had happened before the GM was hired, with Bob Boughner being fired. So I think that was the first thing people were interested to seeing what would happen to the coaching staff once a new GM was in place. And obviously that happened before he was put in place. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what his first moves are now, considering there's a lot of things that he has to look into right now.
Yeah, like you said about some of the things he said, I think he's probably saying what a lot of Sharks fans are thinking. He's just going to say it more in directed by the franchise way. Like we've already heard the franchise doesn't want to rebuild, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've committed to not rebuilding. But he said some things that kind of allude to maybe he's aware of at least where the Sharks are in reality. Like they're not a team who's ready to compete for a cup. And he kind of said we may have to take a few steps back or whatever it was. I don't remember the exact wording from the press conference, but like I think he's thinking like Shark fans are looking at our roster saying this team obviously needs help. And not only that, he's mentioned the cap problem. So
Yeah.
I think he's going to probably try and shore up a few of those issues, hopefully bring in some youth, maybe a goal scorer, and it's anybody's guess at this point, but it's still kind of an exciting time for Sharks fans.
Yeah, and here's the one thing that I really appreciated in his press conference too was I thought he was really direct and like really straight to the point. Doug Wilson, like I have a lot of affinity for what Doug Wilson did for this franchise. I think at some point you need a new set of eyes on things, so I'm excited for that. But the one thing Doug Wilson was a master of was he was a master of saying a lot of things, but not actually saying anything at all. Mm-hmm. And I thought we didn't get that from Greer. Greer was really straight and to the point, and looks like Gary Bettman's at the podium.
Might be going live soon. Mm-hmm. This is where it'll get interesting with that first pick.
Why does the person sitting beside him have an Islanders sweater? That is what I want to know. I am confused already.
Yeah. That is confusing. There was definitely no announcement yet of a pick or a trade
or
right?
nothing. Yeah,
it wouldn't have been a trade for first overall. I mean, that would have been huge, but I couldn't see that happening.
I can't. Yeah, how can if you're in Montreal, how do you trade the first overall pick?
Right.
Unless it's
I saw some stat that there hadn't even been a trade inside the top 10 from outside the top 10 in a while. Right. It was like 2008 or something.
I'm gonna hit some chat comments up while we wait to see what is going on with this lady with the Islander sweater. Vince G says ESPN's studio backdrop is teal. I consider that a good omen. I consider it a good omen as well. Unloaded Panda complimenting you on your shirt, which is amazing.
Nice. Yes,
I am a fan. Ricky saying any rumblings of the Sharks going after New Jersey's pick. Getting Cooley would be effing fantastic. Yeah, it would be. I haven't heard anything to that effect though. Alex Beltran, I am boycotting the Sharks until they bring Pepsi back.
Come on, horrible take.
Yeah, I mean, look at so I'm diabetic, so I can't drink normal pop, and I think Diet Pepsi is like the superior Diet Cola, but I think Coke's better than Pepsi.
Yeah.
Moment of silence for Brian Marchment. Obviously, that's another thing. Obviously, like Mike Greer takes over, we get to the draft, and then Brian Marchment passes away, which is tragic. Way too young. I mean,
brutal timing and brutal
timing. Yeah,
event. Just like, oh my god. Yeah. What is he? 50?
53.
52, right?
Yeah,
53.
53.
Yeah.
Super sad. So yeah, I mean, obviously, thoughts and condolences from all of us here at Tealtown to the Marchment family and friends and all of that. Definitely. Vince G saying Greer mentioned creating an actual analytics department. I'm a fan already. Yep. No arguments there. And AJ, I'm assuming AJ in the chat, reports have JT Miller on the move. We'll definitely talk about that. And we're going to talk about the DeBrincat trade as soon as we see what's going on here. And then, lots of stuff going on.
I don't have the sound on here. I assume Bettman's getting the nice booze that he normally gets.
I think he's saying nice things about. I don't have it super loud, but he's talking up the Montreal Greats, so I'm sure they'll be receptive to that.
Yeah, booze followed by cheers.
Hot Wheels.
Yeah, they really need to disclose what this Islanders jersey is about up here. Like, you can't just go on stage with that, right?
Right.
Like, this is the first overall pick, and you have another team's jersey up there. Like, I'm trying to piece it together at this point.
Hot Wheels says...
is this relating to Mike Bossy, maybe?
Maybe.
That's... Okay.
Gila Fleur's son's on stage right now.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that's a Bossy family member holding the Islanders jersey.
Maybe. Mark, does Chicago moving to 7 really affect the Sharks pick? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think whoever is going to drop to the Sharks, it's not going to be out of a team need in front of them, because there's a handful of really good forwards that could drop, and just as likely there's a few defensemen. So it's just so hard with number 11. If the Sharks were number 8, maybe, but there's still a few more spots between there, and it's just anyone's guess who goes between like 6 and 11 at this point.
Yeah, that's my thoughts too.
Yeah, I imagine Chicago's going to want a good forward though, and I think they're going to be right in the position after those first 2 defensemen go. I think they're going to be in a good spot to get one of the remaining highly offensive-minded forwards. Yeah, they're going to get one of the good forwards. Probably one of the 3 that I really want to drop to San Jose, but I don't know. It's one of those Eklund type things last year. Like, I won't believe it happens until it happens.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is the daughter of Mike Bossy who is up there with the jersey.
Okay.
So
this makes sense.
Yeah, on the they're nice. She said everything in French, so we'll find out. Sorry, this is the worst. I should be talking. Just dead stream. Dead stream. Amazing. Amazing work, Ian.
I mean, this is all pretty customary, right? Was Bossy French Canadian? I know he's Canadian, but I didn't.
Before my time.
Yeah. It's popular in Montreal, though.
How can you know? I mean, anything that I've seen of Mike Bossy, I mean, the guy could go. Yeah,
definitely top 3 goal scorers. I'd probably say all time.
Yeah,
pure goal scorers.
Pure goal scorer.
Yeah.
A couple of questions in the chat here. Ricky asking if we had the choice, if they're all on the board still. Savoy, Lambert, or Nazar. Who do you got and why?
I go Savoy. I'm sorry, actually, who was the second one?
Lambert
and then Nazar.
Frank Nazar.
I think Lambert is ultra talented, but he's just, I don't know. I've always been hesitant with guys who have a downward trajectory their draft year. And we've seen it with a lot of guys in the past who were projected to go like top 5, and then suddenly they go the middle of first round, late first round, and then you kind of never hear of them. They just never develop into that top 5 player. But he does have those ultra good skills, whereas some of those other players had like some skating issues. So I don't know. But I am just huge on Savoy. I think he's super talented, and like maybe not Johnny Hockey talented, but he just reminds me very offensive minded, all over the offensive zone, and I don't really think his size is going to be an issue. So I would take Savoy in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I agree with that there. Brad Lambert's an interesting one because I know there's a lot of people really high on Lambert, and I haven't done enough work for this draft to tell them why they're wrong. I know from like just conversations I've had, there are people that say that, you know, there are a few red flags with Lambert. I mean, if that's the guy at the pick, like, I'm not mad. Yeah. But and I do like Frank Nazar a lot too. Like, Frank Nazar's a player I really like. But I mean, Savoy, yeah, I mean, based on like what you're saying and based on conversations I've had with a few other people, Savoy to me is a guy that I'd really like. But I mean, if the Sharks get any of those 3, like, I'm ecstatic. I'm not mad.
Yeah, I think of the 3 that I would like the Sharks to get the most in a realistic sense, Savoy's probably the most realistic of dropping to the Sharks. Also, Lekaramaki is kind of on that same level. I think he'd go anywhere between like 5, 6, and like 14. Savoy probably doesn't drop much lower than 11 or 12. And then Joaquin Kemmel, who would be my top choice. I just don't see him dropping below like 6 or 7.
Right.
So you never know. But Savoy, if the Sharks walk away with this draft, from this draft with him, that's a steal at 11 in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because he could be a top 5 player in this draft in terms of overall talent and what he like gives the team in the future.
Yeah. All right. So let's see who the pick is. Martin St. Louis saying it's been 47 years to finally get to his first draft. That's amazing. To have that career undrafted,
right?
Undrafted twice, wasn't? Did he get drafted in junior? I don't think he got drafted in junior either.
Not sure. I know he started his career with, was it Calgary?
I want to say yes.
I think. Yeah.
PG40 asking, do you think any chance the Sharks move up or down?
I think there's always a chance. It's just a matter of what the cost is.
Yeah.
And who the Sharks are interested in. The Sharks always seem to kind of have like an interesting board. Mm-hmm. Like if you remember last year, Doug Wilson Jr., he kind of hinted that Beniers was their top pick and Eklund was number 2 on their list. So it really depends on who's available. If one of the guys they really like is maybe dropping, but they have a hint that a team's going to pick him at like, say, number 9 or 8, maybe they'll move up. Old days, Doug Wilson always used to move around. I feel like if he was a guy he wanted, he moved up. Some were good, some were god-awful. We know about Mirko Mueller, but
pain.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a chance. We just haven't seen much movement in the top 10 in recent years. So I think teams are kind of really placing too much value on those picks, making it to a point where teams are afraid to trade even a few spots to give up the haul that is being requested. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. With Junior, like I never know with this team. This team is always just kind of all over the place. I agree. Like if there's someone, if they've identified a player and they think they can get more capital to move down, I don't think they'll move up.
Yeah.
Like I don't see that happening. I think if they were going to move up, I don't know if I think it would have been done already. I think they would have done something earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Moving down though, I mean, you never put it past this team. I think if there's someone that they've identified that they think they can get later on in the draft and pick up, a later first and a second to do it, I don't put that past them.
Yeah, I think that if I was placing odds on it, I'd say it's probably a better chance they move down than they move up.
Yeah,
just
same.
Because of the fact also that I think there's a lot of players that are going to be droppers this year that could be on someone's list at a higher point, and the talent seems to be, I wouldn't say flat, but fairly similar between, I don't know, the 13th pick and say like the 23rd or 24th. There's a lot of players in that range that are very similar that you could argue one is 13th, and then suddenly another person say, no, that guy's 24th. So I think maybe moving down, getting a second rounder because they don't have one is an option.
Yeah. I like, to me, it just doesn't. It doesn't make. I think this draft is so. There's no really set consensus on order, and I think because of that, like I think it would be really. It's a big risk to move down because you don't know who's on who else's boards, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that's the part that concerns me a lot. Promo package, of course, Montreal's going to pick in the next 2 minutes. We'll see what they do. I hate the first round.
I don't see how they don't go with Wright. I feel like they have to go with Shane Wright. It just makes too much sense.
It does.
Even if Slavkovsky's like become this new hot commodity over the last like 6 or 7 months, and now he's even on some lists as number 1, but it's just like if you don't take Wright and then he becomes an absolute star, I feel like you feel worse than if you don't take Slavkovsky and he becomes a star.
I think you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I mean, it's interesting because like when McKenzie puts I can't even say his name, Slavkovsky up to number 1 in his ranking, like that kind of was eye-opening for me because I don't think he's gotten a first-round pick wrong in a long time. We were talking about this off air, and I don't remember the last time he's been off for the guy that he ranked one going one.
Yeah, I feel like it was definitely longer than 10 years. I think I remember seeing something on Twitter about that, being on a nice streak. And he usually, I think, has the rankings that are the most close to how things actually end up happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that was definitely eye-opening, because we've heard Wright now for, 2 years?
Yeah.
Ever since he got exceptional status. So, I don't know. I think the Devils are, loving being in the second spot right now, because the decision's probably kind of made for them. They don't, whatever falls to them is what they're getting. They're not going to be kicking themselves after this.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they're going to get a player either way. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
Whoa.
They're probably hoping, I'd say, that Montreal takes Wright? Because I think they would prefer the winger at this point. They've got Hischier and Hughes down the middle. So...
PGA48 in the super chat with the super chat donation, $5. Thank you very much. He's got $5 on Shane Wright being first overall. You have to pick him. I mean, we will see momentarily. I like Shane Wright. I think that Shane Wright's a really good player. I think it's going to be weird. This is going to be an interesting draft just because of guys that didn't play last year. And Shane Wright definitely being one of them, right? The OHL didn't play at all last year. And I think it's going to be interesting in the later rounds to see how many D+1 or D+2 players go in the later rounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of those players that had slow starts this year because they had a year off. Mm-hmm. So him being one of them. I still don't understand why he never went to Europe, because a lot of the Canadian juniors players did that. They went to Europe for a year. I don't understand why someone, I don't know if it was an age thing. I'm not really sure exactly what it was.
Yeah. But... I'm curious to see what they say.
Pick is in.
Can't use. Dead air again. I'm the worst at this. But I'm trying to listen to what they're saying and trying to read the chat and everything. I apologize for the dead air, guys. Live reactions are hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Plus, this is the most interesting pick until the Sharks.
Right.
Right.
Obviously, Montreal offering their condolences to the San Jose Sharks and the family of Brian Marchment, which we echo. Congratulating the Avalanche, of course. This is going to be totally useless to you if you're listening after the fact, but whatever. It's me talking.
I think you're about 20 seconds ahead of me.
Slavkovsky goes first overall.
Wow.
The reaction in the Bell Center is a little mixed, I think. Would you agree?
I would have expecting boos.
It's definitely a mixed reaction. I think there's... I don't think it's...
even Slavkovsky's face when it happened. Mm-hmm. That reaction is priceless. Unbelievable. Well, wow. I mean...
Score another one for Bob.
There it is. That is the first time I think I've been surprised by a number one pick. I can't remember the last time. Oh, my God. Good for him, though.
Yeah. I think the only time I was and even then it wasn't a for sure thing, but the Nolan Patrick draft, I was a little surprised that he went where he did.
He went 2.
Yeah.
I forget who went number 1 in that draft. Hischier? Was that Hischier's draft? Might have been.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of mixed reaction in Montreal, but I think Montreal's getting a hell of a fucking player here.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be happy with him. I think I don't know. Some people have said because he didn't do too much in the with the pro team in Finland. If you actually look at some of the other guys, they had better stats that are available in this year's draft with the pro team. But you can't ignore what he did then at an international level, because those were against pros from around the world, some former NHL players, and he dominated on not so great teams.
Yep.
you can't ignore that kind of performance. And you want big game players, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you show that you can do it in those games, I mean, Slotky got a bronze in, was it the Olympics, right?
Yep.
Like, that was completely unexpected. And he scored 7 goals and was tournament MVP.
Yeah.
You can't ignore that.
Nope.
So I get it. And also when you watch him, he's a big forward. He's got a sniper shot. Like, the tools are all there. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I think Montreal got a hell of a player. I think some people are obviously going to be upset because they were expecting Shane Wright. And I think Shane Wright's a hell of a player too. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, this is going to be one of those drafts where I think it's going to be really interesting to see what player it's remembered for.
Yeah. Real question now is, the Devils were always rumored to be taking calls on number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody give them like a last minute call right now to try and get Shane Wright? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That'd be fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
That's a tough pill to swallow for Shane Wright though.
Yeah.
Consensus number 1 guy forever, and then he's a big kid.
Yeah, 6'4", 224.
Oh my god. Sometimes I'm like surprised like how big these kids are, because like you see so many guys come out of the junior ranks or the junior ranks of whatever country they come from. Usually, not finished filling out. Like if he's got filling out to do still, that's scary.
Yeah, he's the exact opposite of Cole Caulfield.
Right.
But think about it. That's 2 amazing players they've now got on the wing. Like, amazing potential.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they could be building things the right way.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like just in the chat here, AJ in the chat, Rosen saying like the Devils are on the clock. Shane Wright as a center is there, but they have Jack Hughes, they have Nico Hischier, they have Dawson Mercer. Like, what do they do? You know what? Here's my thing. It's like you can never have too many centers, because even if you have too many, well, then you have a hell of a trade chip. Because centers don't grow on trees. So if you have an abundance of them, that's a good thing. Having 2 number 1 centers also would be pretty sick. Like Hischier, he had a really good year, and he's kind of really solidified himself as that number 2 center. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he could be a number 1 center, but if you find someone like Shane Wright just falling into your lap, maybe you take him anyway, even just to like then move someone like Hischier if the development goes as planned, right? Absolutely. Well, while the fluff's happening, because this is the first round, and we'll get to pick 5 by 9 o'clock at this rate. Alex DeBrincat trade. What were your thoughts there? All right, so I would have loved for DeBrincat to be a Shark. Of all the names that's been rumored recently, he probably was number 2 on my list. I really like Pasternak a bit more. Pasta's probably my favorite of all the available players that like are not necessarily free agents, but trade bait. So in that sense, it's a bummer that he's not in San Jose, especially when you see what was given up for him, a first and a second. I know the Sharks don't have a second, but they could have easily thrown in like a B-level prospect to match that second. So the Sharks had the pieces to make the move. Something about it didn't interest them. I'm not going to overreact too much, because I more react to moves that do happen, not ones that don't. Right. Just because you never know. Maybe Greer called the Blackhawks and they're like, yeah, we're not trading with the Sharks. Sorry. Right. Yeah. And if you guys want him, you have to give up like 2 firsts and something else. It's the conference. You never know. The conference fee. Yeah. So like that's my thoughts. Obviously, he would have been amazing in San Jose. And he's exactly what we need: a small, skilled forward who can put pucks in the net. Like we have a lot of playmakers. We don't have many goal scorers. So he would have been an amazing ad. And I think at least this coming season, he's on a good deal. His next deal will probably be pretty big. But yeah, I'm not like distraught about it, but it does kind of suck. Yeah, like I'm a big fan of Alex DeBrincat. I have been since he was on Erie, and like this is a guy, like, to me, guys like him. I think Kevin Fiala to a lesser extent, but these are guys that are young, right? So like it's not like you're picking them up. I mean, they're gonna help you immediately, but they're gonna be good for, like, Alex DeBrincat's what, 24 now? Mm-hmm. Yep. So, like, I mean, he's not only going to help you immediately, but he's going to help you for the next 4 or 5 years minimum. Yeah. So, I mean, to not be in on that, especially like you said, the price, the 7th overall, 39th overall, and then a 2024 third. for a guy who sleepwalks to 40 goals. Now, I think Alex DeBrincat's really good, and I think Alex DeBrincat, the one thing that's kind of dogged him throughout his career, and I think it's kind of amusing, is it's always like, oh, well, he's a product of Connor McDavid, and he was a product of Dylan Strome, who Dylan Strome, like, for people that don't know, like, Dylan Strome in junior was dumb. Like, he averaged, like, 2 points a game, like, completely stupid. But because of DeBrincat's size, a lot of people just said, okay, well, this is a guy who, this is a guy who's just riding on his bigger line mates. I'll be curious to see what he does without Patrick Kane. Although, because I think Patrick Kane is one of those guys who just, even as not a center, he's one of those guys that just makes everyone that he plays with better.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at DeBrincat, his stats could be inflated a little bit.
But
I mean, that's just naturally what happens when you play with someone like him. But he's still at a minimum, a 30-goal scorer, you'd say, right? Like 35-goal scorer. And at that age, and when you watch him, his goals aren't like luck. It's not like, oh, every single time he's wide open and he just banks it home. Yeah. Like, he has skill. Yeah. Like, he's just, he's exactly what if any of us were talking about at the end of last season. Like, if you made a list of things the Sharks need, someone like him probably would have been like number one on that list. You need more guys who can put the puck in the net.
Yeah.
Like, we've got 2 guys who can actually score 30 goals. One, Couture is just below that level, I'd say, if he's fully healthy for a season, or maybe borderline 30. But Meyer and Hertl are the only 30-goal scorers in this team.
Yep.
Right? So, like, you add someone like him, and suddenly you got another 35, 40-goal scorer, and your offense is becoming a little bit more legit. So, yeah, it's a bummer. I would have expected a lot more going the other way when I originally was thinking about rumors with DeBrincat. So then to hear this, like, you look all over the internet, it's not just the Sharks, like, all fan bases are like, how could we not have matched that offer? Right. Like, I know some Islander fans, and they're pretty bummed because they were rumored to be in like the talking for DeBrincat. But yeah, it's just something in those conversations led to him going to Ottawa. So yeah, I don't know. So Devils are making the pick.
We'll see if maybe AJ is super ahead of us. He says the Devils take Simon Nemec. We'll see.
Oh, that would be great if Wright drops to 3rd.
All right. Nope. Who's making the pick? All right. Simon Nemec, 2nd overall.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Whew.
Absolutely crazy.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I like Simon Nemec. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, no.
I don't know how you leave Shane Wright on the board. I mean, if Shane Wright wants to drop to 11, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah. It's just.
What a wild draft this
He's definitely the top defenseman. He's definitely the top defenseman in this crop. So, not shocking in that sense. And the Devils, I think, need a defenseman, like we said, more than they needed someone to play down the middle. But, again, this is just to follow these prospects for the last few years, to see this happening to Shane Wright. It's just
it's wild because
but it's crazy.
Obviously, I don't understand. Like, I've never understood drafting for need at the draft, though, because you're like, unless you don't think you can solve that problem, like, because you're looking 2-3 years tops, right? Like, before, like, Simon Nemec, like, how long do you think until he's on the blue line in New Jersey? Do you think he starts this year, or do you think he needs a little more time?
In my preview, I listed him as 1 to 2 years away. I think I'd say a year. I think he's one of those guys who's going to play another year, and just probably put on some more size and develop, and then come over to the NHL. But he is probably closer to the NHL than you'd think of some of the defensemen that are coming, just because of the fact that he's a very responsible defensive player, as well as having that offensive ability.
Yeah.
So they could be timing him 1 year out. I know they got the Hughes brother, probably. Also, I think he said he's staying for another year in college. I'm not 100% sure on that, but the Devils have the right pieces if you look at their lineup now. Like, they've got a lot of young talent. They just need to fill them in with some depth. Get a goalie, maybe.
They're in such an awful division too. Like to try and dig yourself out.
It's deep. Yeah, it's probably the deepest division in hockey.
Oh. I don't know what's going on. Children are being children. All right. Let's see what's going on in the chat here quickly. AJ, that sound you hear is everyone's mock draft going up. I do want to mention, though, actually, because you mentioned your article, and if you guys should all check that out. It was on TealTownusa. It's been up there. Check out Mark's article. He's got his draft preview. So he has, like, again, he just referenced his article saying how he had Nemec 1 or 2 years out. So if you want to get some of Mark's takes on some of these players in a more digestible, less silence ridden context, head over there and check it out for sure. tealtownusa.com.
Unfortunately, it makes me look bad that I had him at number 7, but that is just because of the fact that, I don't know, the defensemen in this year's group, I didn't feel like any of them were elite. Yeah. So I looked at Nemec. He's a surefire NHLer. Mm-hmm. Like at a minimum, he was going to be top 4. And realistically, he's probably top 4 and second power play unit. But his ceiling is a bit higher. I don't know. Maybe we've been spoiled with guys like Makar and Quinn Hughes, and then other players like Hedman in the NHL. And you look at them, and they're just such complete players. And I looked at Nemec and Juracek, and I just didn't see that ceiling. So I was like, well, do I really want to take a guy like that in the top 5 then, if you have some of these other forwards who have ceilings of being, superstars or at least top line forwards? So I don't know. I was a little bit torn on that with the defenseman. But I knew he'd go for, I think I even said it, that he was going to probably go top 5.
Yeah.
It's just the way these drafts work. The top defenseman usually goes somewhere in that range.
Yeah, that's fair. Just going to hit some chat stuff here. Alex Beltran, Shane Wright went from 2 passionate hockey fan bases to Arizona. Wow. Leave Arizona alone.
Yeah. I mean, this might be the first luck Arizona's gotten in a while.
Well, and that's, right?
They've never won the lottery. I don't think they've ever had a pick higher than number 3. So, maybe this is a little bit of like puck destiny right there.
Yeah. And PJ48 saying, well, Arizona deserves it. They need some positive news. I mean, absolutely. And if Shane Wright, ever had second thoughts about that college hockey experience, he can play NHL games in a college barn. Now I'm being mean to Arizona.
Oh, it's fun. It's always fun.
Hockey Jerk asking, is this the first Ian and Mark show? It's definitely the first one with just us. I feel like we've been on a couple of After Darks before, but not. I don't think me and Mark get to do this nearly enough. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. This is definitely the first where it's just us and your host.
Yeah. I'm all grown up. Let's see what else has happened today. I can't believe that. I'm still can't believe the way this has gone so far.
Can he drop one more spot is the next question. Like, does someone now go Logan Cooley? Because Logan Cooley's got ultra ceiling.
Yeah.
Like if there was one player in this draft that I wanted the Sharks to really trade up for, it would be him. Because seeing him getting picked by San Jose would be absolutely beautiful. But if you're Arizona, you have to take Wright here. I feel like you have to. Like, you've got 10 draft picks. Is it just this year alone? Mm-hmm. And over like the next 2 years, you got tons in the top 2 rounds. This could be your first piece to starting that real rebuild that they've been trying to do over the last couple of years.
Yeah, like I just can't imagine and here's my question though. I mean, if you're a team and you thought that Shane Wright was not going to be on the board and you're drafting 3rd, 4th, 5th, do you have to now blow up your plans with Shane Wright still on the board, or do you stick with your guy, being that this draft maybe isn't as solid in the 10 as we usually say?
This is where I really wish, as someone who loves the draft, they would do one of those like HBO series,
right?
Like behind the scenes on the floor right now, where you can see GMs probably like cursing, picking up the phone immediately to call one of the other GMs like, listen, I want number 4. Mm-hmm. I will give you this, and this. Like, nope, sorry, it's going to be more. Like, that has to be happening right now, because this has completely changed everyone's rankings, can change their boards. Like,
yeah, it's hard because I can't imagine like you go in like with a plan and then something like this happens. I mean, at some point someone has to change plans. They're gonna be like, okay, well, let's see what Arizona says.
yeah. It's a big group up there for them.
It's a big group for the Coyotes.
Color coordinated.
I dig it. Yeah, someone's getting married apparently. I don't know. Poor Arizona. I mean, I feel for them because like I feel like there's obviously they have fans, and I feel sorry for their fans because like this franchise has been mismanaged so badly, and I feel for like I follow a few Coyotes fans on Twitter, and I can't imagine like just the constant relocation rumors and
yeah, it is tough. I think they're doing the right things now in terms of at least stocking for the future. Like I'm looking at it right now. So they have 7 picks in the first 2 rounds this year. That's pretty good. You're gonna easily bolster your prospect pool in 1 year alone, right? They got 3 second-round picks in 2024. Next year they got their normal first and second rounders, but you know, one more bad year, maybe they next year, who knows? Maybe they could win the lottery and get Bedard. If not Bedard, Michkov. Like there's plenty of hope in their future. It's just at the moment everything is horrible there. Like the whole college stadium, all that stuff.
And rebuilding your rebuild's always unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly.
Logan Cooley, 3rd overall.
Wow.
Shane Wright falls another spot. Oh, Seattle's next, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, that bums me out.
This makes me sad. Like the number of good players that have just been drafted in the Pacific Division the last few years. Byfield last year to LA. Shane Wright possibly to Seattle.
Can't help but feel for Shane Wright every time they keep showing him.
I know. I always feel sorry for them when they do that, because I mean, like obviously it's the thing, but I mean, dude's he's 18 years old. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for him because I can't imagine how. I mean, it's got to be embarrassed. Like you got to be embarrassed a little bit too, right? I mean, you projected number 1 forever, and then to fall. Possibly down to the 4th,
written in for 2 years as the number 1 pick.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough one. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah,
but man, Arizona, like the Coyotes, they got Dylan Guenther last year. Like this team, I'm glad they're. I mean, if they can, their management can keep it together and not screw it up. They could be scary in a couple of years.
Yeah, I think 3 to 4 years is probably their window, because I think they need that top pick next year. They got plenty of picks this year, and I think over the development cycle for first and second round picks is usually 2 to 3 years. So, you're looking at 2024, 2025, and if with some luck next year with the lottery, they could get a franchise player. There's a few of them in the top 4 next year, which is where they're pretty much slated to be. Let's be real. They're most likely going to be a bottom 5 team again.
Right.
So, yeah, they're kind of sucking at the right time, I guess is the best way to put it, with the draft pick assets that they have.
Yeah. It's the one thing that always concerns me with Arizona, because of the way that they've kind of been like the league's dumping ground for bad contracts. It's like the one thing I think that always concerns me for them is like, will they know when it's time to say, okay, we're not, you know what I mean? Like it's the one thing I think is really hard about rebuilding is like to say, okay, now the rebuild is over.
Yeah. And then you start spending money.
Right.
And it's like, you start changing your focus of, okay, we're acquiring picks for taking your crappy cap.
Right.
And, that it's always a weird phase. I think that's kind of what happened with the Rangers this year, right? So like they suddenly shifted into, and even a little bit last year, but remember they issued that thing to fans where they're like, we're going to pretty much suck for the next few years. Ooh. We're sorry if you're a season ticket
trade
holder, but oh boy, for 4th.
2 trades. Okay, one involves Montreal. Ooh, this is exciting. They're gonna get. Oh my god. Romanov. Pick number 98.
With the Islanders.
Pick number 13. Romanov and...
It's the Islanders pick. That's a good deal for Montreal.
Yes. Kirby Dach.
Big. Wow.
Kirby Dach to the Islanders for 13. What is Chicago doing?
So Kirby Dach goes to Montreal. It's a three-way trade, basically. That's crazy.
Oh my god. All right.
And the Islanders got Romanov in 98 out of this. That's all they got.
Yeah, the Islanders have acquired defenseman Romanov from the Canadiens, along with Montreal's 4th-round pick, 98th overall, in exchange for the Islanders' 1st-round pick, 13 overall.
Wow.
And then the Habs traded 13th overall and number 66 to Chicago for Kirby Dach. I mean, look, would it be not like if you're in Montreal, you're probably like, okay, yeah, I'd like to get another pick, but like Kirby Dach's good now.
I'm just trying to figure out, is it just me or does it seem like Romanov's not worth the 13th overall pick? Like, I know he's young.
Yeah.
Maybe I haven't seen him enough, but the 13th overall pick for him when a pick in that same range just went for DeBrincat. Like, am I crazy?
This draft is something else so far. Like, this has been the most interesting. I'm glad we're doing this. This has been like probably the most interesting draft we've had in a while.
Yeah. A lot of moves. 2 trades at once. 3-team trade.
Wow. I mean, Kirby Dach, though, I mean, like, again, like, I don't know I have no idea what Chicago's doing. I don't understand what Chicago is doing. I mean, I guess, like, because they had they have young players. Like, they had Kirby Dach. They had Alex DeBrincat. Like, I think they definitely fumbled last year when they got Seth Jones and then immediately signed him to $1 million, like $9.5 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. Again, teams rebuilding their rebuild, I guess. I don't understand what, like, from Chicago's perspective, I don't understand this for them.
So let's see. Chicago now has 7 and 13, right? The pick isn't in yet for Seattle. Do you think they're calling Seattle right now, trying to move up to get Shane Wright? Ooh. I think that's too much to probably give up to move up to 4. 7 and 13?
Yeah,
seems like a lot.
This, like, but it's Shane Wright too.
Yeah.
That's a toughie.
So in the end, the Islanders walked away with Romanov and like the 98th pick or something. Right. They gave up number 13. Montreal got Dach, and Blackhawks got number 13, right? Was there one other piece that I think I was missing there?
That's pretty much the gist of it, as far as, unless I'm screwing that up. So, yeah.
And explain to me how a team that wants to rebuild gives up 2 of their better players who are under 25.
That's the part I don't understand, right? Because, like, even if you're rebuilding, like, and you think that there's enough players in this draft to help you really get a foothold, don't you still want Alex DeBrincat and Kirby Dach?
Yeah, they're the guys you draft and build around. They should be trading Kane and Taze and trying to get younger assets.
Well, I wonder if this is part of it, though. Like, do Kane, like, I'm curious what Patrick Kane thinks of all this at this point.
Yeah. And he's still got years on his deal, right?
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think he's got a couple years left on his deal.
I think it's only one. It looks like it's only one year left for both him and Taze.
Yeah. So maybe they write it out. But I mean, even still, if they're not going to come back, I mean, that, again, I guess if you're rebuilding, I mean, if you're absolutely burning it to the ground, I mean, I guess I can get it. I just don't know why you would trade players that would still be good when you are going to come out of this cycle.
Yeah.
So Ricky's saying, you're saying Montreal now has a Slough Dock Caulfield line.
All right, Seattle makes their pick.
All right, here we go. Shane Wright.
Yep, there it is. Shane Wright finally goes number 4.
Number 4 to the Pacific Division, because that's.
I wish I remember which mock draft it was, but someone had Shane Wright at 4, and it was like in the last 3-4 days. And I was like, no way.
Not a chance.
And now I want to go back and find that and be like, wow, kudos.
Kudos to them. I mean, now Shane Wright has to, doesn't have to keep having the camera pan on him, which is, I'm sure he's relieved.
Yeah.
Oh, Mackenzie is tipping picks on Twitter. This is how AJ is. This is AJ's inside information. I approve.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. Yeah, that's the thing too with Chicago. Like, if you trade the Taves and Kane at the deadline, yeah, man. I mean, they could.
You're gonna have to retain some money.
Probably.
But they have value.
But I mean, that's for 1 year, right? So.
Yeah. Exactly. Because you're going to send them to a team that wants to compete, right? So they're probably going to be strapped for cash, and then you retain a few million, doesn't hurt you. You pick up maybe a first-round pick. I mean, they're clearly still high-caliber players. Kane would probably bring in a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, someone would, I'm sure, trade plenty to get Patrick Kane at the deadline.
Yeah. Taves, maybe not so much. I don't know. He's still an okay player, but I feel like this past season wasn't very good to him.
No, I mean, it's hard. It's hard because, like, I think, like, I really like Jonathan Taves as a player, but I think he was never going to live up to that contract.
No, 10.5 per.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, I mean, 3 Stanley Cups later, but.
So we look at Seattle.
Yeah.
They have Shane Wright and Matty Beniers. That's pretty good first 2 picks in your franchise history.
Yeah, it's not fair. I don't like this.
Yeah.
I mean, good for Seattle, and I'm sure they're ecstatic, but as a Sharks fan, this makes me annoyed.
Yeah, I would have preferred him in Montreal,
yep.
but
yeah.
far away from us.
So, Sheng, according to AJ, Sheng says that a source has indicated that Sharks really like defenseman Denton Matachuk. That would be a reach at number 11, so is a trade back possible scenario. What are your thoughts?
He was number 14 on my list. I've seen him go as high as number 10 or 9, I think, across the industry. I like him. I tend to think of him as like a Merkley without the attitude problems from that age, and I wouldn't be upset if we take him. I just don't think at 11 we should take him. If we trade back and we get a second round pick and we take him, bingo, that's great. I'm all on board with that.
Yeah.
And yes, as we mentioned before, our defensive prospects are definitely lacking compared to our forward prospects.
Yeah.
But he's a point per game player this year in juniors, had double-digit goals. You watch him, he's very talented. He's good with the puck. He's a good skater. So he doesn't have any flaws like that. I think on a defensive side, he needs to prove a little bit in decision-making, but he's not like a project I feel like Merkley was at that time when we drafted him. So I won't hate the pick. I just hope it's not at 11 if we take him. So trading back to like 15 or 16 and then getting another asset would be an okay move in my book.
Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? Because like with the way this has gone so far, I don't know who's going to be on the board at 11. Like, just going to be good players on the board at 11 still, but it's going to be super interesting to see like who's on the board still and what the Sharks do, because I think again, like we just watched Shane Wright fall to 4, so it's going to be interesting to see who, if anyone kind of goes off the board a little bit more than that, to see what happens. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like the Sharks definitely need defensive prospects. I think like the Barracuda next year, I'm really excited for the Barracuda next year because of the players that are coming in. Obviously, like a lot of the 2020 draft class is going to be coming in. I don't know who's playing defense on that team though. And obviously whoever's selected now isn't playing defense for that team next year, but I think defense is definitely an issue because I have no idea who's playing defense for the Barracuda next year that I should be excited about.
Hataka,
Yeah.
Knyazhev, Artemi Knyazhev. His name always gets me messed up, but that's who I'd be looking at probably as shoo-ins for their defense next year. If they're trying to compete, they're probably going to bring in some more veterans, I would think, on the back end. So I don't know if Hataka's then with the NHL squad. Who else could be down there with them? I'm sure Nicholas Malach.
Yeah. I mean, like Malach is a guy who's gotten a lot of hell in our fan base, including from me. And I don't think he's a bad player. I just think he was a guy that was put, because of the injury situation, he was just put over his head as far as where he was lining up for the big club.
Yeah, I think he was forced into a role and he was getting minutes he probably didn't deserve. But again, I mean, you look at the Sharks roster last year, how many rookies played? There are a lot of guys who probably didn't deserve to be in the NHL that played games. So I know there were a lot of people crapping on him for pretty much half the year. It didn't bother me that he was in the lineup because I was just pretty much aware of what the Sharks were. But yeah, you hope that he's not with the team.
Yeah.
In terms of the NHL team.
Yeah, I'd be really annoyed. I mean, depending on what the Sharks do, right? Like if the Sharks move one of their defensemen, then maybe that's a possibility. I don't know.
I'm really interested to see what happens with Knyazhev.
Yeah,
because he's missed a whole year now, but he had a really good rookie year. He looked like a solid bottom pairing defenseman in that rookie season with maybe second pairing possibilities. So Flyers making their pick.
Ooh. Cutter Gauthier, thoughts?
Cutter Gauthier is a big forward. Big fan of him, and he belongs in Philadelphia, so this pick 100% makes sense.
Yeah, very Flyers pick, yeah.
Yeah, U.S. National Development Program, where like all these studs are coming out of recently. I had him at 8. And I would have loved to seen him in San Jose because of his size, which our prospect pool is lacking. And with that size, he's also a really good skater. Not quite elite level, but for his size, good skating. So good player. I think he's going to BC next year. So as a UMass fan, I'll be seeing a bit of him. Which kind of sucks. But yeah, I think he's probably a year or two away from the NHL. With his size, he's probably one of those guys who will do a year, maybe 2 years, just to get that development and then go pro.
Yeah, a very Flyers pick for sure. Flyers were rumored to be in on Alex DeBrincat for a long time too. The Flyers make no sense. Like they're like teams that make no sense to me right now. Like Chicago doesn't make a ton of sense to me right now, but I guess if you're just tearing it down and hoping to like get Bedard next year, the Flyers make no sense to me either.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck in no man's land, right? Like they don't have a lot of draft picks. I wouldn't say they have an abundance of like top prospects.
Right.
And even guys like Provorov now are getting old. Like Carter Hart hasn't quite looked like the MVP goalie we thought he was going to be after that, first showing. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know exactly what their plans are, or what their vision is for their franchise, but they don't look like they're anywhere near, especially in that division, being in a place where they're going to be competing anytime soon.
I think like John Tortorella being there, I think is going to really help Carter Hart, and Ivan Provorov for that matter. I think is going to really benefit from having Tortorella there. Will that be enough to make waves in that division though? I don't think so. I mean, that division is still pretty nasty. Chris Letang re-upped with the Penguins, so it looks like they're going to keep some of that band together at least. I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Malkin yet, but with Chris Letang re-signing, like I think Pittsburgh, I think they'll be, they're definitely going to be a playoff contending team. Are they going to do anything when they get there?
I always look at them as that first round out team.
Yeah.
Penguins.
But they're good enough to be there, right? Like you still have to overtake that team, and I don't think, like even with John Tortorella there, and I think their defense probably getting significantly better because Tortorella definitely helps teams improve on there. And I've watched the Flyers play a lot of games this season, and their defense was atrocious.
Yeah, I think that's what Torts is best known for is like getting the most out of the least amount of talent, right?
Yeah.
Like he made those Columbus teams before they got all those stars that last year when they swept the Lightning. But he made those Columbus teams pretty good with just mid-level talent, and he's just one of those people who demands a lot of his players, so he kind of wears out his welcome fairly quick.
Definitely.
But I think he's kind of a good guy to bring in there to maybe get them on the verge of the playoffs. But is that the right thing for the franchise? That's my view. It's like you don't have a big piece to build around, and even Gauthier is a good pick, but he's not like a franchise center, for example.
Right.
Like he's not the kind of player you necessarily build a franchise around. So I don't know. I don't really know what's going on there. They got JVR and Hayes are like their top two forwards, both in their 30s. Yeah. Cam Atkinson also in his 30s. So
yeah, they're definitely an interesting team. I'm curious to see if Provorov can bounce back though, or at least how much he bounces back. Because I think the one thing with Provorov is they brought in Ryan Ellis to play with him, and then Ryan Ellis was injured. And I just wonder if, like, I think Provorov's the guy I was used to be so high on. I just wonder if he had more of a steady pairing, like, would that turn his fate around? And I think if they can get Ryan Ellis healthy and with John Tortorella behind the bench, I think that Provorov should have a bounce back season, you would think.
Yeah, see, if Provorov returns the way he was previously, he's like the exact kind of defenseman I would love for the Sharks to actually have right now. A guy who is good in both ends of the ice, provides the offense, good defensively, solid body as well in terms of like not being an overly physical player, but being able to play physical without being a liability. He's the kind of player that I'd be looking for, even for the Sharks to kind of take in this draft. But unfortunately, I don't really think there's a defenseman like him. I think most of the defense, I guess you could say maybe Jiricek is the closest thing to a guy like him in this draft among the defenseman crop. But yeah, I don't know if you quite classify Provorov as a number one D-man, but he's a very valuable player when he's on his game.
Cole Campbell asking in the chat here, what do you guys think of Marco Kasper and Kevin Korchinski?
So I personally am actually fairly low on Korchinski compared to, I feel like, some of the other people. Again, he's got a lot of offensive abilities. I don't know. He doesn't seem to put the puck in the net. He seems to be more of a creator. Wouldn't be terribly disappointed if we trade back and take him. If we take him at 11, I'll be pretty disappointed. The other name was Marco Kasper. I really like his game, but it's a matter of upside with him. Do you want to be taking a guy who might only slot in as a third line center in the first round? I think he probably is more in the second line center mold. He's done well against men at his age. That's always a good sign. But I think there's just a lot of questions about his absolute offensive upside, and I don't know if it's necessarily a first line player. So I'd be more happy with Kasper than I would be Korchinski. But both guys are players that I'm very well aware of in terms of like being in our range, possibly going in our range.
Yeah, I wouldn't be upset with Korchinski. I think if you traded back to get him, but I think even at 11, I don't hate the pick, but I do agree, like, he's more of a playmaker than a he's going to do more than you kind of need that guy. If in an 11th overall, you kind of need the guy that's going to put the puck in the net more than Korchinski probably does. I think that's a fair criticism.
Yeah.
Columbus,
especially with the other defensemen who are available.
Columbus just took Jiricek.
Okay, well, there goes another one of the D-men.
Yep. Who, what, like, the D-men that are available, what order would you put them in?
So with him being off the board, I have Minchukov as my next top player. No Russian concern with him because he's playing in North America already, played this year in Canadian juniors, point per game defenseman, scored nearly 20 goals in Canadian juniors. At his age, I think that's huge. So, and you watch him, I think he has great offensive instincts. Now, this is the one part that Sharks fans might be a little sensitive about. He's a little bit aggressive defensively. Like, I don't want to say Brent Burns, but he is a little reckless at times. But I feel like at that age, you can coach that out. That's not something that's necessarily like your kryptonite for the rest of your career. So I'm actually highest on him. And then after him, I'd go Matejchuk and then Korchinski after that. That would be my ratings of those three that are most likely going in that range. There's one other guy that I somewhat like. I just think it's too early to take him at 11. Lian Bichsel. He's a big defenseman playing in Europe. And I think his tools would be good for the organization. Now, I know we don't usually draft for need.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying I wouldn't do – he's definitely not best player available at 11. But if you trade back, maybe into the late first round, he's a defenseman that I would like to be within our franchise. So it depends on the move there. But, yeah, my 3, Minchukov is the one that I'm eyeing next going.
All right. We'll see how that goes. I mean – yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. So Chicago up with the pick that they got for Alex DeBrincat coming up. So it'll be interesting to see. It's going to be like, again, Chicago. I mean, I guess if you're burning it to the ground, and maybe that's what it is, and I'm just too dumb to see it. But I just feel like, I don't know, with some of the pieces that they've moved right now, like they didn't have to burn it to the ground to get those players back. I guess younger versions of those players are, I guess. I mean, DeBrincat was like, they got DeBrincat in the second round, like just an absolute steal. Mm-hmm. And again,
yeah, I think rather than moving those guys, they just shouldn't have signed Seth Jones last year, right? Like that's a big commitment to a guy who is what now 30, late 20s.
I like Seth Jones, but I think they thought that they were going to just jump back into the playoff picture.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Seth Jones belongs on a team that's already in that picture, maybe top of the division, and I just don't think getting him made them suddenly like top level again, right?
Yeah.
And it's not he had a horrible season. I mean, some of his defensive numbers looked pretty crap last year, but I feel like that whole team defensively looked pretty crap.
Defensively, they were kind of garbage. But I mean, like if you look at what they did, they brought in Marc-Andre Fleury. They got Seth Jones. I think they thought that, the Central Division is the better of the Western Conference, but it's not that much better. Like it wasn't completely unreasonable to think that Chicago couldn't have forced their way into the picture.
Yeah, I would love to be a fly on the wall in some of their conversations, just to understand the mindset. I mean, there's probably more moves to come.
Probably.
But like we said, you're rebuilding, and you just got rid of your 2 best under 25 players, but you kept your guys who are in their early 30s, who are all highly paid. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what it is. I don't know what their strategy is, but I would love to be in the room for that. It amazes me.
Same. Yeah, because it's like, oh, we got rid of Duncan Keith. Okay, but we're just going to replace him with, like, and Seth Jones is definitely an upgrade over Duncan Keith at this point in his career.
At this point, yeah.
But, I mean, any cap savings, you just blow them out of the water. I like Seth Jones. I just think that they just overestimated how good that team was going to be this year.
Seth Jones is one of those guys that's very interesting to me because it was such a short window when he went from like being talked about as the best defenseman or top 3 defenseman in the league to suddenly being like, we don't even want to own him at that cost. Right. And it was like, I feel like it went from one playoffs to a whole year and an off season later. And suddenly the whole mood on him changed. Like I remember watching him thinking, wow, this guy is just absolutely dominant all over the ice. Yeah. And then suddenly now it's like someone signs him to $9 million, which, if the guy is a top defenseman, it's not even that bad of a deal, right? Like we're not talking Erik Karlsson money here.
Right.
$9.5 million, not the worst thing in the world, but suddenly everyone was just dumping on that signing.
Well, I mean, I think Cale Makar makes less than that.
Yeah.
I mean,
or at least in the range.
Like
right?
some of the guys that got paid that summer, right? Like the Nurse extension, I think, is a little too rich. And Darnell Nurse, another player that I love, just not at that price point.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think Makar is making in the 9.5 range. So it's like in that level, but you can't compare Makar to Seth Jones at this point. Like Makar is probably going to be one of the best defensemen of this generation, if not the best, by the time.
Easily.
His career.
Like I mean, again, like Bobby Orr, his prime was definitely before my time, but I don't think those comparisons are made loosely. Like they're not just willy nilly, right?
Yeah. $9 million a year. That's what Makar's in.
Cool. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, Columbus acquired the 6th overall pick that they used to select Juracek for in the Seth Jones trade. So that's pretty cool. Like you trade a guy who was so touted, and you get another top touted defenseman. I think that's pretty great.
Solid replacement there.
Yeah. So Chicago is going to pick next, and then we'll get another question in the chat here.
All right, so Chicago's on the clock. Pick is in, and this is number 7.
Number 7.
So
we're getting there.
This is where those three forwards that I'm really high on are probably going to start being on the top of people's boards: Savoy, Kemmel, and Lekaramaki.
Let's see what they do. Yeah, so as we wait for Chicago to make them some picks here. Oh, here we go. Kevin Korchinski, just
okay.
Wow.
That's earlier than I would have thought.
Interesting.
Seventh
overall for Korchinski. I mean, good for him.
Yeah.
I again, a player that I like. I watched a little bit of him in the Western Hockey League playoffs a little bit. Again, is 7 a little high for him? I think so, but again, it's like if you're looking for D though, like there's probably, like you said, there's probably a couple players you probably would maybe pick ahead of him, but I don't think he's a bad pick.
I think the size might be one of the things that helps him because he's 6'2".
Yeah.
So that might have been what one of the teams like, because, despite the fact that all these smaller players are having so much success now, there's still always that obsession over size. Yeah. But yeah, you look at his numbers. So the points are there, 65 points in 67 games, but he only had 4 goals the whole season in juniors. So it's just, I have not watched him enough to really ascertain what kind of defenseman he is, but from what I have seen, he obviously looks like he can move the puck. It looks like his strength is getting out of the zone and then creating offense. But I don't know. He's just not the sexy pick when you look at some of the other defensemen that I thought were in that exact same kind of classification as like the second tier of defensemen after Nemec and Jiricek.
Obviously, let's see here. Cole Campbell asking in the chat, in our opinion, what is the biggest need for the Sharks?
I still go forward. Even though the prospect pool is pretty dense there, I still think we need an elite forward, because if you look at our forwards, they more likely project as middle 6 than top 3. And especially now with who's still on the board here, I think you have to go forward. There's just too much talent there in this draft. And I'm not sure if the question was specifically meant for the draft or in general with the franchise.
Do both.
But from a draft perspective, that's what I'd say. Yeah. Forward for the draft. Now, in terms of NHL franchise, I'd probably still go forward. Like, you're looking at a Pasternak type or a DeBrincat. This team needs elite forwards. And they just don't have it. They need to be able to spread out the offense, because when Hurdle and Meyer aren't doing anything, the team is basically nothing. Yeah. Like, they're a shell. So adding another weapon, being able to disperse some of that offense, that's what I'd go with, forward across the board.
Yeah, I mean, for me, again, I think, there's 7 rounds in the draft. You can get a defenseman later. I'm kind of just looking over some of the stuff that I was just looking at before the draft. I think I agree. I think I'm looking at some of the players on the board still, and I think you have to kind of go forward in the first round. I think you can get defensemen in the later rounds. I think the other thing they obviously desperately need, and it kind of goes with this thing, is cap space. And I don't know how they get there, but they definitely need it. I think that's the one thing this team would definitely benefit from, because here's the problem, right? And obviously we don't know how the Evander Kane thing's going to play out. So you want to get a guy like DeBrincat, but you don't know, like, not knowing what's going to happen with the Kane. I think the Sharks are very confident that they are going to win this arbitration. The problem is being very confident but acting without knowing the actual outcome. It makes things very difficult. So I don't know. Yeah, cap space would give them a lot more flexibility to really comfortably get in on, like, a guy like Alex DeBrincat or Kevin Fiala, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'd say let's pretend at a minimum that we do know we're going to get from that Kane money, right? The Sharks still aren't even in a great cap position.
No, because you still have to pay
They still
Timo
have
Meier.
something they need to move, right? Like, you need to sign Timo Meier after this following season, and you have guys that just aren't living up to their contracts. I think most of them, with the exception of Vlasic, are movable in some capacity. It's a matter of whether you're willing to just give up an asset for nothing. Like, I know we've talked amongst our group as Burns being kind of like that first target, right? I am perfectly on board with moving him, but I think Burns, if you're gonna compete, has to have a return. You can't just give him up for like a 5th round pick. You have to get something in return that's gonna add to your franchise. I know you can use that money to sign players, but I think Burns is almost underrated at this point amongst Sharks fans because of how like weird his style is and the stupid starfishing. And like, so fans kind of just naturally tired of seeing that happen every game and see it fail. So they're like, okay, I'm done with this guy. But you think about it, he's still a 55-point defenseman on an offensively starved team. He's a big player. He's an athletic freak. I think he still provides value. So sure, if you want to free up, what is it, $8 million that he'd free up? Okay, I'm fine with that. But can you at least get maybe a middle 6 forward, or can you get a depth defenseman, or can you get like a top 2-round pick, like something that feels like an actual return for the franchise? So that's kind of where I'm at with the cap space. Like, look, Kane, if we end up getting stuck with that money, we're absolutely screwed. Like,
beyond screwed.
Yeah. But even without it, there's some moves that Greer has to make. Like, can you move Šimek? Can you move LeBanc? Like, there's numbers in there that I feel you can slowly chip away at this cap hell that the franchise is in.
Detroit's going to pick here. We'll get Detroit, and then we'll go back to that.
Yep.
Oh, who'd they pick? I missed it.
On my feed, it hasn't been announced yet. Oh, they just took Kaspar. Yep. Okay.
Interesting.
There he goes. All right, so let's see. That's 8, 9, 10, 11. So this guarantees that one of my top 3 forwards will be available. Kemmel, Savoy, and Lekaramaki. All 3 of them are on the board still. One of them will be available at the Sharks pick.
Ricky's saying, that's no exciting. Way, Detroit's first miss. Man, Steve Yzerman's a wizard.
Yeah, you can never doubt him.
Steve Yzerman, like, I feel like he's like playing like 3D chess while the rest of us are still playing checkers. Like, even when they went with Casa, like last year, like, I'm like, oh man, they know something.
And it's another European pick. There's nobody who does better with European picks than the Red Wings. Like, come on.
Yeah.
He scored 7 goals in the top league in Sweden. That's not bad for a young player.
No, and like, I hold the Swedish elite league in very high regard.
Yeah. 6'1", 183 center, like, you know, it's a little bit earlier than I think a lot of people projected him, but I don't hate the pick from their perspective. Upside is questionable, but at worst you're getting an NHL 3rd line center probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Detroit's going to be scary. Oh man. All right. Yeah, going back to what we were talking about, I mean, here's the thing, like for me, like I've always been on the Brent Burns bandwagon trade, right? And it's not because I think Brent Burns is a bad player. And I think a lot of that gets misconstrued. I know I make fun of the starfish and I can be really snarky on here, but like Brent Burns, he's the guy that I circle because he's the guy that I think of the big contracts has value.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess you could trade Couture, but I still think like then you need a center.
Yeah, I think I don't remember if it was you, but someone said it's dealing from a position of strength. Mm-hmm. And while we do kind of sometimes crap on our defense, it's more, I think it's dealing from a position of not necessarily a need. Because we do have Carlson, and while his body may be made of glass, and we don't know what kind of, games he's gonna be able to put in over the next few years, we do have the 2 of them. And it's harder for them to coexist, it seems. They both seem to step up their game when the other one is not around. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the experiment of the 2 amazing offensive defensemen hasn't really worked. The one year we made it to the conference final, fine, but it hasn't worked. So I feel like you have to move one of them.
Yeah.
And what kind of returns are you looking at if you can even move Carlson? Like, is that possible to move $11.5 million in this current cap situation
with a no move clause?
Yeah, that too. I mean, I do feel like sometimes no move clause can be worked around.
For sure.
Right? Like, wasn't it Danny Heatley who had a no move clause when we traded him, or was that a no trade clause? I don't remember if it was limited no trade.
I think it was limited no trade.
But yeah, so put that together. You got the no move, $11.5 million, injury issues, and still like how many years? 5 years on the deal still? 4 years? So I just don't know what kind of return you're looking at if you trade Carlson. Whereas, like you mentioned, Burns, there's a realistic return.
Yeah,
3 years left.
I think Burns is going to actually get you something. I don't think you have to eat a ton of cap. Like, I think a team that thinks that they are really close and they think that they can play Burns. They have a guy that Burns can play with. They can play him in maybe a lesser role so he's not playing 40 minutes a night. Like, I feel like there's teams out there that even at his age and even at his cap hit, there are teams that are probably think that they're an offensive defenseman away from really doing something in the playoffs, that I don't think Brent Burns is a terrible option for them.
Yeah, I agree. I know the fan base has heavily speculated the whole to Dallas thing for various reasons. I mean, it's possible. I'm not sure exactly what would come back the other way, but I think that's kind of where shedding cap space would start if you're getting rid of a big chunk.
Yeah.
So
And he does have a no trade list, right? And I think but I think, like, when you look at what happened to, and I don't know if Mike Greer is going to come in this first thing he's going to do is be like, well, look at here, I can trade you to this team, or I can waive you and you'll go to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, I don't know if Mike Greer wants to come in and be the guy that immediately does that, because Brent Burns definitely still has his fans in the fan base, but like a 3-team no trade, like, yeah, he can kind of have a say in his destination, but if you really want to play hardball, I mean, there are options there. Now, if he calls your bluff and you waive him, like, I feel like someone would probably take him, and that's probably poor asset management, but it's a thing you can do.
You do get out of the money at least, but that doesn't really help you then
right.
with competing. So yeah, it's a tough position to be in. Like, that's why they were talking about this job not being the sexiest job,
right?
Because like whatever GM came in was gonna have like a laundry list of like crappy decisions they're probably gonna have to make.
Yeah. I mean, percentage chance that Burns get traded, I don't know, man. Like 40, like 30.
Yeah.
30%.
But he's the one you think is probably most likely.
I
right?
think
of
that
the big numbers.
Of the big numbers, I think that makes the most sense. I know that this fan base is really down on Logan Couture. I think Logan Couture just needs some line mates.
Talent, right? Yeah.
Like, I feel like Logan Couture needs some line mates. I feel like if you moved Logan Couture now, you don't have anyone ready to step into that role.
No, for sure. And I really think actually you'd be selling low.
Savoy just went to Buffalo.
Did he? Damn it. Okay, that's still 2 more. But Savoy, I actually had Kemmel ahead of him, so that's kind of surprising to me. And Kemmel had a lot more hype recently, but Buffalo gets Savoy. That's a good pick for them.
It's talking about rebuilding your rebuild. Rebuilding your rebuild or your rebuild. I just feel like this team's been just in a perpetual state of rebuild forever.
Eichel was supposed to be that savior.
Good for Buffalo. Like, I think that's a really nice pick for him. He is Merkley's doppelganger. Holy crap.
Yeah, he looks exactly the same.
That's amazing. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like going back to Brent Burns, like, I feel like Brent Burns is the guy that makes the most sense. I think trading Logan Couture would make a bigger hole that you don't have the tools to fill right now. Yeah. And I think you would be pushing a guy into that role prematurely. If someone can play Logan Couture into a third line center role, then great. I mean, and then obviously his value is going to be a little bit down at that point, but I think I would rather that than to move him now and then try to put Eklund or Bortolo or someone else in there before they're ready.
Yeah. Well, the thing I look at also with Couture, I think I was just getting to before the pick, is that I feel like you're selling low on him because he hasn't had talent around him last year. And while his contract looks high, I still think he can be a 30-goal scorer. Like, if you look at it, the last, I think, 2 seasons, he starts off really strong.
Yeah.
At almost a 40-goal pace. And it wasn't just for 5 games. It was for 25, 30 games. And then he tends to slow down. And last year, you can definitely directly look at moving Meyer off his wing and also just pairings. He was having a lot of chemistry with Dahlin, I believe, also early on in the season. So you make those moves, and suddenly he's centering a line with Bonino, who actually did weirdly put up a ton of goals playing with him. But yeah, I think Couture is still a 30-goal, 55, 60-point player. And despite the fact that some people question his leadership abilities, he is a captain. He's a
Yeah.
playoff stud.
Mhm.
Like, he's got the resume that you can get value for, and I just don't think his numbers from last year will equate to the value that he can bring the Sharks this year on the ice.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. PJ asking in the chat, do you think there'd be any interest in changing Karlsson if the Sharks ate salary? Who's taking Erik Karlsson at this point? And I'm not even as down. Like, look at I acknowledge the issues with Erik Karlsson, right? Like, obviously health is an issue with Erik Karlsson. I 100% acknowledge that. But I just, at that cap, like, I wonder how much the Sharks would have to eat, and would eating that amount of money for X number of years be better than just keeping him and riding it out?
Yeah, you have to think about, like, fit, and at a minimum, what the Sharks have to retain almost $2 million or more, right? No one's taking him at anything more than like $9 million. So you're looking at like what, 2.5 retained at that point, for a bunch of years. And I don't know. I still think the franchise looks at him as being an elite defenseman.
For sure.
And he looked like it the first 30 to 40 games last year. He
Best
was almost a point per game
team
player. Yeah, by far. And he looked almost like, not quite Ottawa level Karlsson, but he looked pretty good. The best he did in this franchise.
Absolutely.
Except for that 1 month back in his first season. But yeah, I don't know. It seems inevitable every year that something's going to happen with his body.
Yeah.
Where he just like shuts it down. And then when he comes back, he's just not the same player.
Yeah, I like, again, I don't have any like, I like Erik Karlsson. I think he can definitely be a positive asset to this team. I can't imagine another team rolling the dice on that money. Even if you retain, like, you'd have to retain a bunch. And I think at that point, I don't think it makes it worth it. It doesn't make it worth it. Like, I think the amount that they would have to retain to get that deal done, it's too much money against the cap to not play Erik Karlsson. Yeah.
It's not a value add at that point anymore.
Right.
Because I still don't think even with that retention, the return's going to be as much as you would want.
No, that's the other thing.
For the potential that he does have if he is healthy somehow for an 82-game season.
Like, I think, and like I said, when healthy, I think he's, like, again, there was a stretch of hockey where he was easily the best defenseman on the team. And I would even go as far as to say one of the best players on this team for a good chunk of last season before things really went off the rails. Okay, Anaheim's coming up at 10. This makes me sad.
All right, so we got Kemo, Lekkerimaki, both left. Another name to keep an eye on is Connor Geekie, because he's a huge center, and people love huge centers, but his skating is a weakness, which is common in his family. Yep. So, yeah, I really hope Kemo falls one more. I can see Lekkerimaki falling one more. There's also Nazar to keep on your radar, but either way, I like our options coming up in the next pick. So, and if they haven't traded it yet, they're probably not trading it, right? Unless maybe they're trading down, but.
Mintyukov from the Saginaw Spirit goes to Anaheim.
Mintyukov, all right. There goes my top defenseman that was left.
I like that for the Ducks. I don't like that for the... I like it for the Ducks. Like, I think the Ducks are a team that the way I see the Ducks is they're a little bit behind LA, and it's going to be interesting because if they move John Gibson, it'll be interesting to see, where they think they are. Because I feel like if you think that if you're a couple players away or, a few more years of maturity away, do you really want to move John Gibson? But, oof, I don't know.
Yeah, it's another tough one. A good player coming to our division. He does have some elite upside, so that makes it a little bit scarier. Add him. What do they got? Jamie Drysdale's another young defenseman, right?
Yeah, the Ducks are always like, I feel like the Ducks are always a defenseman factory.
Yeah, was it Fowler back in the
Yeah.
day when he randomly dropped like 15 spots to them that year when he was supposed to go like top 5. Yeah, it's a good pick for them, but I'm telling you, if coming into the draft at 11, I knew Kemmel and Lekaramaki were going to be available. Now, again, the Sharks could go completely off the board. Who knows what's going to happen? Yeah, but I'm very hopeful right now with who they're going to take. Unless they decide to trade down, maybe their guy is gone. But either way, you'd think the 3 or 4 consensus players who are available right now at this point, the Sharks are going to get one of them if they decide to not trade down, or they don't have some weird board. So
right,
we'll see.
Their board hasn't really been that weird lately, though. Like, I feel like since Junior's taken over, I feel like their board has made a lot more sense in most previous drafts than it did under when Tim Burke was running everything.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I'm optimistic, because I feel like anytime I would watch the Sharks draft in the past, with the exception of the year they drafted Hurdle, who I was actually, he was like one of my 3 that I wanted. I remember it was him and Teravainen in that same draft. But all the years prior, I'd be sitting there waiting for the pick, and all of a sudden I'm like, who? And not necessarily in the sense of like the player sucked, but I'm like, this guy was meant to go like 15 picks from now, or like 5 picks from now, or 7 picks from now. Like, why are you taking him? Then Doug Wilson Jr. comes in, and suddenly we're actually taking risks in the first round, picking guys that are like, we're either consensus and they're dropping, or they're like right in their range. So I haven't felt weird really about any of our picks over the last few years. So yeah, it's another reason why I'm really optimistic about these forwards, because I feel like they fit the exact profile of what he's been interested in. Guys who can skate, maybe not necessarily big, that's Connor Geekie would be a surprise to me at this point, like, because he can't skate, and he's 6'3" or 6'4", so it's like the exact opposite of what we take in the last few years. But maybe they see that as like a need, and they really like his skills. So
Gary Bettman at the podium.
Oh, is he? Oh boy.
Bum, bum, bum.
Well, their clock never started, so
trade
stayed at 3 minutes. Of course, my feed is at a commercial.
Sharks trade 11th. No, San Jose has the 11th selection. No, they got that backwards. Looks like the Sharks have traded the 11th overall pick for 27, 34, and 45.
Ugh. That's a big drop. I do not like that.
No, I'm not a huge fan either.
7:34.
Mostly
because
we have to tap dance for another 2 hours.
Oh. So they got 2 seconds and a first, basically, right?
Yeah.
Is that what I heard?
Yeah, 27 and then 34 and 45.
With Arizona.
I don't like this. With who's on the board.
Yeah.
I don't love this move. I mean, it looks like the reaction to the chat's pretty mixed. I would be curious to see what my Twitter feed's doing right now. Interesting.
So it was with Arizona, who's getting another pick now. And so they got 27, 34, and 45. And this is what happens when you have that abundance of picks like Arizona has. You can make moves like this. But this is what I was wondering. What would be the cost for the Sharks to move? I was hoping they'd only move down like 3 or 4.
Right.
Moving down to 27 completely throws any of these guys out the window.
Right.
So, and now it's almost like, yeah, this is bad. Because if you look at it now, it's like you were one of the teams that was in the 2nd or 3rd round of the playoffs, right?
Right.
Your top pick is going to be late in the 1st round. But they get 2 2nd-round picks, I guess. So
late first, 2 seconds. I mean, and not terrible seconds. I mean, they're both.
No, they're first half. Yeah.
I mean, I just, again, like, I think like Doug Wilson Jr. is probably deserves the benefit of the doubt here.
Yeah, I think so. And it looks like based on this, that means they probably still think they need to like fill up their prospect pool more. Maybe they're not as confident in some of these guys being ready in the next year or two as some of the fans are. Like a lot of those guys from that, what was it, 2020 draft where we took 9 forwards. Yeah, it's, and here, this is one thing they could do. Because they did pick up those, they could then end up moving maybe the 45 and 27 up to 21, for example. So they're not necessarily done having a pick higher in the first round, because that way they would still end up with a first and a second round pick, and they acquired the second round pick. But they must not love the players that were available, which is fairly surprising to me. But yeah.
Yeah, I look at, so I mean, like, again, I think, at the end of the day, if you're not absolutely in love with the guy that you think is on the board at 11, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. Now, the question is then how many of those next like consensus players did they not like? Because like you have to think, either there's a guy they really like that they don't think is going to go until the late 20s,
right?
Or even more likely, I would say, there's like 3 guys they like probably in the late 20, early 30 range that they're like, we want 2 of them on our franchise, in our franchise. So,
yeah, and Ricky's saying Lambert will be there at 27. I don't know. I mean, if he is,
I'd be
amazing.
Happy. Yeah.
If you were able to trade back and you still can pull off a guy like Brad Lambert at 27, it's not a bad bit of work.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like, again, the draft's funny, right? Because it's a lottery ticket.
Yeah, and it's also such a crapshoot. You never know. Like, you look at any given year, there's like 5 or 6 guys, even in the top 15, that just don't become what they were expected to be.
Right.
And then there's only maybe 1 or 2 who really reach their ceiling. Like, acquiring more assets and increasing your odds is not the worst thing in the world. I'm just bummed because what happens is you like get really into these prospects and it's like, okay, I want one of these 3 or 4 on my team. Whereas when you don't even, let's say the Sharks, all those years when they were competing for the cup, or at least like winning rounds, they were usually picking in like the late 20s.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even really consider anyone in the top 15. And then once you get past the top 15, you never know who's going to really be taken. Right. So, all right, Coyotes made their pick, and there goes Connor Geekie.
Connor Geekie at 11.
He has the tools. He just can't skate that well, and which is so huge in the modern NHL. But, like, dude, he is a 6'4" center.
Yeah. Almost fell down the stairs.
Boy. Yeah, but he put up, 70 points, 24 goals, 63 games. It's not bad.
Not bad at all.
And you watch some of his moves. He's got hands. He definitely has hands. It's just
the skating. But choppy. I mean, like, look at I think a really good not maybe comparable, but I think a guy that shows you just how important skating is. Like, Dylan Strome was a guy with all the tools, but isn't a great skater.
Nope.
And like, I don't think Dylan Strome's a bad player, but like, would he go as high as he did knowing what we know now? Of course not. And I wonder if this is a situation where, the Coyotes, like, they get super high on a guy because of size, and then it just, without the skating, it doesn't pan out.
Yeah, I look at Geekie kind of not at all in the way they play, but in the same mold as like Marco Kasper. It's like you likely have at least a third line center. He's got tools and he's got size, but it's all a matter of whether his skating can translate at the NHL level. And we've seen how much faster the league's gotten. If you can't skate, you're going to kind of look foolish at times. So I don't know. And I think from a draft profile, you kind of hit it right at the nail on the head there. He's a weaker version of Strome was in his year in that powerhouse draft. Like, the only reason Strome even went, 3rd in that draft, I think, was because of his size.
Correct.
That that was one of the best drafts of this era.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us live now and you're wondering, wait, weren't the Sharks supposed to pick? The Sharks traded number 11 to the Arizona Coyotes for picks number 27, which is the late first rounder, 34, which is an early second rounder, and 45, which is still in the first half of the first and the second round. So that is what happened to the Sharks pick. If you're just joining us now, hoping to watch us be all ecstatic about picks. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely names that I'm excited about in that range. Just not quite as excited about as some of the other guys in this area. But I think the Sharks, like if you think about it, if they can get a few more Borderlo type prospects in that range,
Absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Hopefully more of a Borderlo than a Weissblatt, but we'll see.
Yeah, for I'm a Shark for life in the chat. Yeah, the first round will be tonight, and it'll take forever because of all the interviews and stuff that happen in the middle. Tomorrow is the second round of the draft. It is very rapid fire.
Yeah, daytime on a Friday. That's a whole new thing for them this year. Thursday night with the Friday daytime draft. Usually it was Friday night into Saturday, right?
Yeah. AJ, clearly the Sharks wanted this podcast to go 3+ hours. I mean, clearly.
Hey.
Yeah, look at a mid-free. I mean, we didn't have any second-round picks before today, so now you have 2, and a late first. So it's not the worst thing. I just think, like, again, you kind of when you do this, you get kind of hung up on guys that are, you just some of the guys that could be available at 11, and you start doing your research and you start licking your chops and you get excited. You get really excited about some guys and you think, oh man, this guy gifted on the team. But like the Sharks aren't, like, again, with Doug Wilson Jr. at the helm, like I will trust the process here.
Yeah, I think he's earned that over the 3 years.
Yeah.
With the players that he's taken. So
I'm gonna trust the process. I mean, first trade for Mike Greer. I mean, so that's something for your trivia down the road.
You think about it in terms of value. The Sharks got a late first round pick and 2 early second round picks. That's good return. Like, putting prospects aside, let's pretend we don't know anything about the players that are available at 11, so we don't really have any attachments. That's not bad return. I mean, that's 12 picks away from having 3 first-round picks, right?
Yeah.
Like, because there's 32 teams now in the leagues, and we got 34 and 43.
45.
45. Okay. All right. So yeah, 2 of the top half picks in the second round. That's solid considering what did DeBrincat get?
Yeah.
He got a first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick. So,
yeah, and for Corey Masek from the Athletic said that for Dom's draft value chart, the number 11th pick is worth the value of number 27 and 34 exactly. So by Dom's chart, Dom Decision, the Sharks picked up a 45 for free, based on his model, which is always, I love that stuff. Always fascinates me. So
yeah. Stats behind it. Oh yeah, definitely the odds with like what picks turn into on average is always interesting, because I think then when you think about it, we heavily overvalue having draft picks.
For sure.
I love the draft, but I think when you look at the actual odds of getting, like, say, a star, even in like the 20 to 30 range, it's not very high. Like in the first round, you're probably still looking at like a 30 to 40% chance. Yeah. Once it gets down to the second and third rounds, it's so much lower.
Denton Matachuk is number 12 overall to the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Columbus. Okay.
And apparently, according to the Twitter machine, Jerk likes the move. So Hockey Jerk is also on board here. And yeah,
fair
like
enough.
and again, right? Like you look at the guys that have been picked like outside of the first round, like Thomas Bordelot, second round pick, Alex DeBrincat, second round pick. Like there's definitely like there could be some value here. Like if you can turn, especially in a draft like this, that's kind of been all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
With it, like where there's, I feel like there's no consent. Like there's very little consensus on where guys were ranked in this draft. Getting more kicks of the can isn't the worst thing.
Yeah, we speculated a little bit about that before the draft even really started kicking off. We were saying that, is this a year where the Sharks maybe trade back? Because like we mentioned, they got rid of that second rounder for Hill. And you look at that range, kind of where we are right now in the draft, through even mid-20s, late 20s, there's guys who can keep dropping.
Yep.
And like even a guy like Frank Nazar,
Mhm.
I've seen him as high as number 8, and I've seen him in the 20s on some people's boards.
Right.
Like, so having that kind of range, maybe the Sharks are thinking there's like 3 or 4 guys that they just know one of them is probably going to drop to 27, and they're just like, we're okay with ending up with that while getting more assets. So until it all is in the books, I'm not going to get too upset about it. I'm still shocked Kemmel hasn't been drafted, because I'd seen some people ranking him as high as number 4 or 5.
Right.
And he just had a monster season in Europe. I'm not sure what's holding teams back from taking him.
What potential, like any potential red flags that you could see there?
Not that I was aware of. I mean, he's a little underweight. He's only like 165, but he's 5'11", so an 18-year-old easily can put on some pounds there with muscle. He scored 15 goals in the Finnish Elite League this year in 39 games. Like, that's
that's a good
three
question.
times the amount of goals Slavkovsky scored.
Right.
Like, he had a really good season, and he looks like a sniper.
Interesting. That's a good question. Is one of the second round picks the pick we traded to get Adin Hill? I'm not sure.
No, so it looks like the picks we got were, the first rounder is a former Hurricanes pick. Then we got a Coyotes original second and the Islanders original second.
There we go. So we didn't get our pick back from the Adin Hill trade, which I'm fine with.
Nope.
It's amazing. It was a good question though. Blue Jackets loading up on the blue line. Blue Jackets are an interesting team. I feel like, again, there's a few teams in the league where I genuinely feel bad for. Columbus is definitely,
and the Blue Jackets are one of them.
Yeah. Just trouble retaining guys, right? Worried about guys not, bolting as soon as free agency hits. I feel bad because I don't think Columbus is a horrible place to live. That arena usually is pretty loud. Like it seems like it's a decent fan base. Whenever I watch games in Columbus, like they're not ghost towns in there.
Yeah, especially in the playoffs. You look at their playoff games, their arena's pretty loud. Well, when they were last in the playoffs, especially I remember back to that sweep of Tampa. Like that series, their building just was crazy. Yeah, I always feel for a franchise when they lose stars and at a rapid pace, which they have. I mean, you look at the guys who've left over the last 4 or 5 years, It's pretty crazy list when you think about it. But they have some good pieces. Like they got Cole Sillinger, right? Now they just took was it Matejchuk, right?
Yeah. Got your check earlier.
You got a forward and you got a forward and defenseman to build around. Yeah. They still have Werenski, who's pretty young.
Yeah.
He's not like as sexy as he was when he first came to the league when you think about his game.
True.
Because now you've got like Makar looking like Bobby Orr.
Right.
And you got a few others that have just kind of passed Werenski. But I remember Werenski, those first few seasons, was kind of like the next offensive defenseman. His numbers, $9.5 million per year. Yeah, they got some young pieces, but they're a long way off too from, like, if they still had a Torts, for example, maybe he could get something out of that lineup more, but they're a long way off.
Yeah. Skylar asking, what are winners and losers thus far?
I think
Seattle.
definitely Seattle's a winner.
Yep.
You look at Arizona walking away with Cooley and Geeky.
It's not bad.
It's pretty good.
It's a good haul.
I mean, that could be a number 1 and number 2 center in the future in one draft. You think about that's pretty good.
Columbus.
Yeah, Matejchuk and they got two defensemen, future top pairing maybe. You got Jiricek, who's more physical and responsible defensively. Then you got Matejchuk, who could run a top power play. So yeah, I think there's a few teams that have kind of loaded up here, and we're only 12 picks in.
Yeah,
that's fairly surprising.
I mean, I don't really have any losers. Maybe Chicago, but like I guess Chicago. I mean, Montreal's had a good, like, they get the first overall pick. They take Slavkovsky, and they also get Kirby Dach.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the losers so far, I guess, would be the Blackhawks.
Yeah, we'll see who they get because their pick is in right now. But
Yeah.
you think about it, so far they've traded Korchinski for DeBrincat in that trade.
Yeah.
That's a tough look.
Ooh, that's
You know,
yeah.
that's
I
a
like
tough look.
Alex to bring it. I like, and I don't dislike Korchinski, but that like when you look at it from that perspective, like that seems rough, right? Ricky saying Arizona trading up to draft Geeky is a like yeah. I mean, there was better players on the board, I think for sure.
I think when you have as many picks as they have, though, that's not a bad move.
But you still got Logan Cooley.
Yeah, exactly. Like walking away with Cooley and then Geeky as like your second pick. That's
Frank Nazar is the pick for Chicago. That's not terrible. Okay. I like that.
No, 13. That's kind of in the range where you first were kind of really expecting him. I know some people had him earlier, but I think 13 is a very fair place to take him with who's on the board now too.
Yeah. Again, but again, like I feel like does that move Chicago into the winners category? No.
No, I don't think so. I think like so far they got Korchinski and Nazar.
But you lost Kirby Doc and Alex DeBrincat to do it.
Yeah. Nah, I still look at them as losers for this draft.
Yeah.
And Nazar's got a ton of offensive upside. Obviously, Korchinski does too from a defenseman. But and Nazar is no sure thing. He plays hard. Like he's got a lot of energy. He's got a good motor. Probably an NHLer with top 6 upside, but
yeah. I mean, but he's gonna be on a good team. Nazar this coming season. Where's he going? He is going to
he's going the college route, right? Yeah, he was going to Michigan. Michigan again. Another Michigan commit. Yeah,
I sometimes I just lose track of where it's going. And that team's still going to be good. Like they've lost some players obviously, but I still think they're going to be like, that's always been a pretty good program. Like they have no problem attracting players. So
yeah, I think one of the commits for one of the top 3 players or 4 players for next year's draft is also committed to Michigan. And I mean, they're a good program even without all these top guys, like jumping on their bandwagon. So it's kind of frustrating. I was actually rooting against them in the tournament last year just because I was like, I can't have this team win. This is like the Golden State. Well, sorry for some Sharks fans who are Golden State Warriors fans. But I was looking at them like, that's what this is. Or like the Miami Heat. Let's go with that one. So it's not as sensitive for some Sharks fans. But like this is the Miami Heat back when like Wade was there.
Right.
And it's just like LeBron. And it's just like, come on, guys. Like, I don't like when too many star players go to one place, especially with the way college works, where you can just like, oh yeah, this is where I want to go. So suddenly 4 or 5 top picks are like, let's all go there and win a championship.
Right. Yeah. And again, I am with you because I know a lot of times like people bring up Golden State. I'm like, I'm not local. I don't care. Right. Like I'm a Sharks fan. I'm not a Bay Area sports fan. I'm just a Sharks fan.
Yeah, my Bay Area connections purely start and finish with the Sharks. Right. I love the Oakland Athletics growing up because I was a huge Mark McGuire fan. And those early 90s A's teams were pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, that stopped with the 90s for me. I'm not a baseball fan in general now these days. Right. So.
Yeah, I mean, I like the moves like in a bubble, like for who Chicago has taken, I like it. But when you look at what they had to give up to do that, it's just less favorable. Winnipeg Jets on the clock. Winnipeg is another team where I do feel a little bit bad for, again, right? Because it seems like I don't know what's going on there, and I feel bad. Like Paul Maurice just ups and's like, I'm done. I need to move on. And again, right? I
look at them
like players. They're just worried about players coming. I think I heard Wheeler's on the block now too.
Yep. And Scheifele,
like I just, again, like passionate fans too. Like it's not like it's. I mean, it's. Would I want to live in Winnipeg? No, I would not. And I say that as a Canadian. Like as a Canadian, I don't want to live in Winnipeg. So I get that aspect of it. Like winter is unforgiving here. I can't imagine it in Winnipeg.
Yeah, you look at their lineup, and most of their top players, our top paid players, are still under 30. Pretty good, right? But I kind of look at them like I look at the Sharks, from, I don't know, what, 7, 8 years ago. I feel like it's wasted window without any championships,
Yep.
right? Like they had so much depth, a lot of offensive talent. Like it's weird, even when you look at Kyle Connor now, he's 25. Like, which it's crazy to think of that as being old because it's not.
No.
Like the guy's in the prime of his career. Right. But it's like then you look at the lineup, Scheifele's approaching 30 and he's now supposedly going to be moved. Ehlers is 26. Blake Wheeler's 35. Their defenseman Morrissey's 27.
Right.
You know, Hellebuck, he's 29.
But he's still
great.
Know. Like Connor Hellebuck is like,
these guys are all good.
To not be able to build something in front of him is just it's a shame.
If these teams were winning cups right now, you'd be like, okay, they actually have a nice window because they're all in their mid to late 20s, but they haven't done anything in the playoffs.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of what do you do from that point? Do you kind of change your strategy? Do you move some of these guys out, try to change the feel of the team, the make of the team, because something there isn't working?
Yeah, and I don't know what it is, like to have guys like constantly wanting out. And again, like I said, would I want to live in Winnipeg? No. But I mean, I could think of worse places to play hockey too.
The thing about that I always try to wonder too, like, because we always talk about these cities where like players kind of bounce around, they're like not as much desirability. Like even looking at Columbus, if you're making millions of dollars living in Columbus, I feel like you could make Columbus as good as any other city, right?
Exactly.
Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
There's not as many places to go in Columbus as there is New York City. But if you have millions of dollars, let's say you like going to clubs, I'm sure you can find clubs to do bottle service every night if you want, or you can go to like any of the cool things you want to if you're making that kind of money there,
For
right?
sure.
Like, so I never understand why there's these cities that some players just like, nope, don't want to go there. No interest.
Yeah. AJ in the chat trying to get the chat riled up. Last time the Sharks traded to 27th, they took Goldobin. Yeah, but that was different people. And you know what? Yeah. And I will still.
I didn't hate that.
I didn't hate that pick either. It didn't work out, right? But I was happy that it looked like the Goldobin was like kind of when things started to turn a little bit, when we weren't taking the guy with the high floor. Like Goldobin was a big boomer bust pick.
Yeah.
And it busted, and that happens.
Exactly. At the time, it was refreshing for the Sharks to actually kind of do that sort of pick.
Absolutely. Because
that wasn't the type of picks they were making back in those days.
Yeah. Let's see who Winnipeg's going to take. Rutger
McVorty.
Yep. 14th.
Wow. Okay. He climbed up the board.
Big reach.
There are definitely some people who had him in this range, but like a poor man's Cutter Gauthier. Like he's another big body, very big, physical, over 200 pounds. He's a good player, don't get me wrong, but I was thinking he was going to go probably more in like the early 20s. Actually, I was thinking he might be in the Sharks range even in the late 20s, so that's kind of surprising. But the more guys like him climb, the more some of these other names drop. So
yeah, I mean, like Ricky's saying in the chat, like trading back just keeps looking better and better. I mean, some of the players that are still on the board, I mean, we're only a couple picks out, obviously, from where the Sharks would pick, but there's still some really nice players on the board that if they somehow manage to drop to 27, like, and then you picked up, 2 other picks on top of that, like, ace.
Yeah, and I have to keep going back to this because I keep like almost feeling like I missed a pick, but I just don't know how Kemmel has not been drafted yet.
Right.
This is crazy to me. Like, if you read his scouting reports, people talk about his shot like it's a baby version of Ovechkin. Like, how has this guy not been taken? We're at number 15
We're
now?
heading to 15.
Yeah, and he hasn't been taken. That's just crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, something else in the chat too. I want to address. I gotta scroll back here, quacking to go. Yeah, I mean, like, so Josh D's saying it, like, obviously prospects to fill up the Cuda are more important right this second. I agree with that to a point, but here's the thing, right? Like, if you're taking guys, depending on where you're drafting them from too, and that's the other important caveat to that discussion. If you're drafting, I think not a lot of Russian guys have gone. Like, I think we have one Russian player so far.
And he's playing in North America.
Playing in North America already. Like, obviously, I think there's
none of the actual Russian players are playing in Russia have gone.
Right, and I think that's the smart play right now. I think with everything going on in the world, we're not going to get super into it, but obviously, like, taking a Russian with one of these picks that isn't already in North America is a huge gamble. So you're probably going to be drafting guys out of either college or, you know, one of the other elite leagues over, and there are some great European players that are still available, but you know, a lot of guys are still going to come out of like the Canadian junior system or college. So college, they have to turn pro. So they're not, you know, a college guy isn't coming right away. Canadian junior player, you can't send a Canadian junior player to the AHL before 20. So nothing that the Sharks do right now will likely, and I'll say likely because we don't know who they're going to draft, will likely help the Barracuda next season. Now, the Barracuda are going to get some reinforcements this year. Like, a lot of guys are coming over that I am super excited about. Like, I am covering the Barracuda this season, and I am super excited to do it because I think there's a lot of guys. Now, are they going to be a juggernaut team that's going to destroy the AHL? I'm not sure, but I think they'll be exciting to watch, and I think there'll be a lot of interesting players to watch, and hopefully it won't be as painful as watching the Sharks this year, which obviously we all primarily cover, right? We cover the Sharks, but I'm looking forward to having the Barracuda kind of be something to cushion the blow for what I don't think is going to be a good season next year.
Yeah, and I think on that point you mentioned about like the help that the Barracuda are getting, we like the names that are going there, but historically, these kind of players who are not elite prospects, but like solid prospects, take some time to develop. Like, you're not most likely, what are we looking at? Weissblatt, Robbins, Gushchin. They're all going to be there next year, right?
Yeah.
So that's 4 good prospects in terms of our pool, but I don't know if any of those guys are really going to dominate the AHL next year. I mean, there's even the chance that Bordeleau could be down there if the Sharks really fill their lineup out.
Eklund too. That would be that would horrify me.
He's the only one that I feel like could really torch. Well, Bordeleau too. Yeah. I think Bordeleau and Eklund could really torch the AHL. Sort of like I think it was LeBanc who did when he made his jump from the lower ranks. That first season he came up and played in the AHL. But the rest of those guys, I feel like they're kind of going to be like middle of the lineup players, getting minutes early on, and maybe in the second half of the season really start contributing. But I'm excited for the CUDA to finally, hopefully, have a better team. That's the one thing I've wanted the Sharks to do for a while, is to try and get them to perform at a top level.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I want to say this about the Barracuda team last year, because yes, the Barracuda team was bad last year, but that didn't happen in a bubble. Like, if you think that the guys who were playing defense on the Sharks were bad, well, who did that leave the Barracuda? The Barracuda had by the time the season, there was one point in the season where the Sharks had so many people up, they had one NHL contracted person on the Barracuda roster. Yep. That decor was made up of whoever they could basically put a jersey on. I'm surprised Kevin Lacey wasn't skating out there for the Barracuda. I'm not going to lie. That's how bad it was. And I love Kevin Lacey, but AHL defenseman he is not.
Yeah, and you think about it, we broke the record last year in terms of our own franchise of number of rookies to skate. So you have to think those players were most likely, at least most of them, meant to play in the AHL. It's the same reason why I wasn't dumping on some of the defensemen that we were trashing. I'm like, this guy was meant to be our 9th or 10th defenseman. Like, I'm not going to be mad at him for how he's performing at the NHL because he's being forced to play 18, 19 minutes against NHLers, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, were the Barracuda bad? Well, absolutely were. But I think this year, with a little bit of like luck on the big club as far as injuries go, like, I think they're going to be a better team next year. Roy Sommer apparently is now the new head coach of the San Diego Gulls. Right? Yeah. Kevin Lacey noticed that, and we didn't really hear anything. Sharks didn't really make a big deal out of it. I mean, I'm not surprised. I think he's a guy that probably still wanted to coach, but I think the Sharks were like, okay, we have to go in another direction here with all these players coming in.
Yeah, I mean, how long has he been our AHL level coach with the various cities? I mean, he's pretty much been in every city we've played in, right? At this point, that's how long he was there. All right, Canucks are up. They love European players usually, right?
Who we got? I didn't hear, so now I'm gonna tap.
Was it like Ramaki?
Yep.
There it goes. Okay, Eklund's teammate. Yeah, but no, I know they love their Swedes, and just Europeans in general. They're kind of like the Red Wings in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not surprised to see Roy Sommer move on to continue behind a bench, but I think the Sharks made the right move, and I'm thinking, like, I'm hoping, like, well, obviously with Mike Greer here, like, they continue looking at different aspects of the organization and seeing where they can make improvements. And I think, again, Roy Sommer is the most winningest coach in the AHL. He's also the most losingest coach in the AHL if you look at the numbers. So, I mean,
it's longevity, right?
Yeah,
there.
I mean, good on him for being able to coach as long as he did. And and I'm not gonna completely dump on him, but I wish him good luck with the goals. But I'm glad that the Sharks have moved in a new direction for the AHL team this year.
Yeah.
Considering the players coming in.
Like Armaki, good pick for the Canucks there. I think he's kind of a little bit the opposite of what Eklund was. He's more of a finisher in terms of shooting and scoring. Mm-hmm. He's a good player, though. I think he was one of the younger players actually available in this draft. I think he's still actually only 17. He doesn't turn 18 until later, I want to say, this month. Yeah, July 24th, he'll be turning 18. But, yeah, he was definitely one of the guys that I had hoped would end up with the Sharks. But here, 15, that's pretty good value, I think, for the Canucks.
Yeah. Again, yeah, I can't believe, like, the Kemmel slide continues.
Yeah, him. I can't see anyone else that, like, I'm really terribly surprised at in terms of, like Armaki was the last one of my real top group that I was hoping would be in the Sharks range. After this, you got the Russian factor with Yurov. He has top 5 talent, but, like, who knows when will these Russian players be able to come to North America, if ever? Like, who knows? Especially with I forget the player's name, but it just happened. The guy who's been detained pretty much in Russia and being forced to do.
I think, for the Flyers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the goalie.
Yeah,
and then now there's concerns about Kirill Kaprizov.
Yeah.
It's scary. Like, it's really weird, like, how the world just sometimes just goes backwards. Like, I remember this kind of stuff, like, when the Russians first started coming over, and when Fedorov first came over, and, like, the shroud of secrecy and how they had to, like, smuggle them out of the country. And it's and it's crazy that, like, somehow we've gone back to that.
Yeah, it's crazy time. So it's like that. Those kind of players, maybe if you have multiple picks in the first round, you're okay risking it for the ultimate value 3, 4, 5 years down the line. But if you, like, look at the top boards now, I feel like most of the players have gone just in a weird range.
Order,
yeah. So now you're looking at Lambert, you're looking at Kemmel still somehow on there, and then it's really the next wave of players, which now you start a whole new order. Like, there's a guy, Isaac Howard, that some people had as high as 10, but most had, I think, in the late teens, early 20s. He's another US NDP guy. So it's a whole new group now. One of the guys I actually really like, but he is tiny. His name is Jagger Firkus. Okay. He's another offensive kind of wizard from the Canadian juniors. Had 80 points last year, 36 goals, 66 games. But he's 5'10", only 150 pounds. So obviously the size stuff is an issue, and it's also he had a huge boom this year in his performance. So I don't know. He's a guy who's projected in the 20s all the way up through 40. He'll likely be available during one of the Sharks picks. Is he someone we take? I don't know. He's small, fast, and skilled. That's kind of been our mantra for these last few years. Right. You also have actually a couple more of Eklund's teammates. You've got Liam Ogren, a goal scorer from mostly playing in juniors with Djurgården, and also Noah Ostlund. He's more of a, like, playmaker, I'd say. But these guys both played with Djurgården's junior team this past year.
I got Ricky in the chat just bringing up some names that he'd be happy with at 27. I'd love for you to weigh in here. He's got Ogren, Ostlund, Lambert, Yurov, Howard, Hudson, and Casey.
So I am down with all of those. I'm not at 27. Howard's good value. He wasn't really a guy that I wanted at the top of the draft. I think he's more of, like, a middle 6 player. I don't think he has top line upside. That's my opinion. I think everyone else I'm good with. I really would like Ogren if he dropped to our pick. I think he's got a lot of potential. He didn't do much with the top team, but then again, we look at Eklund. He didn't do much with the top team this year. They were god awful.
They were terrible, yeah.
So, yeah, I like his abilities. I'm really hoping he could drop that far, but I just don't see it happen. I mentioned him earlier, Lian Bixell. I like that defenseman, possibly early in the second round. Jagger Firkus. There's a guy, Maverick Lamoureux. Now, some people are going to hate this because they're like, oh, he's just got size, blah, blah, blah. Well, he's a 6'7" defenseman who actually isn't a bad skater. So, like, you put that combination together, there are some people who really like his potential.
Right.
Now, he doesn't really have much offensive potential. He's not really scoring much at the junior levels, but they project him more as like a second pairing shutdown type defenseman who's big, a lot of range. So I wouldn't mind us using one of those second rounders on a guy like him, maybe in the 40th pick or whatever, or the 45th pick. But yeah, there's a lot of names now that suddenly pop up that weren't really kind of in my focus before.
Right.
I mean, the ideal goal is obviously Lambert dropping, right?
I think it was Ostlund just went. Yeah, Ostlund just went to the Sabres at 16.
There you go. It's amazing how
the
much
Jack Eichel trade pick.
Yeah, it's amazing how much youth your Garden has right now. You think about it. They had the Eklund went 7 last year, right? And then you got Lekaramaki, Ogren, and another guy who are all going to possibly go first round this year. It's like the Michigan of Europe right now.
Okay, so yeah, Ostlund at 16. Interesting. I mean, not bad. I mean, again, like the Jack Eichel Buffalo thing was so untenable. So I mean, I like that pick for them. I think using that pick that they got for Eichel. I mean, you can't replace Jack Eichel. Like, I'm still really high on Jack Eichel as a player.
Yeah, I really wanted the Sharks to be in on that trade. I'm more bummed than anything that he went to Vegas than the fact that the Sharks didn't get him. I'm just so hesitant at any point right now when it comes to any sort of like big contract player. Like Eichel's obviously a beast if he's healthy. But like how they make 10 million fit under their current cap situation, I don't know. It just never seemed really realistic to me. But yeah, I mean, Eichel would have solved a lot of the Sharks' problems.
Yeah.
He's, well, again, healthy.
Healthy Eichel, right? And I think, like, I don't know. I think Eichel gets some crap that's deserved. I think he gets a lot of crap that's not deserved, though. Like, I think if you look at what happened to Tarasenko in St. Louis, like, he got the doctors, the team surgeons did, like, 2 surgeries before he finally went off and got his own surgery that actually fixed the problem. So, I mean, like, I think that guys probably it'll be interesting when they do the next CBA to see if players get more, if they try to get more say in, you know, some of these health things.
Yeah, you would think they should have that kind of freedom with their own medical choices.
Right.
I know it's technically a legal contract and their body is performing for the team who owes them money, but like at the same time, it's still a person who's looking to get like a surgery done, right? So I feel like Eichel got a really bad, undeserved rap for that whole situation. Like, he stuck with Buffalo for a long time while they were absolute trash.
Like his neck got damaged because he was carrying that team on his back.
Exactly. Like, that's how bad it was for all those years. And he performed all-star level. Do we have a trade?
I don't know.
Oh, no, he's just calling up the team, I think. I just saw Bettman at the podium.
Bringing Serge Savard up to the podium. Montreal, man. Class. Oh, it's the GM of the Year award.
Oh, okay.
Montreal, man, they know how to honor their alumni, though. That's one thing that they do really, really well.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually went to a game up there once, too. I really enjoyed it. I saw them play the Sharks. Unfortunately, the Sharks got shut out in that game that I was at. I think the final ended up being was 1-0, or maybe it was an empty net, maybe 2-0. No. But it was a bummer. But, I mean, it was my first time in Montreal, and I actually really love the city.
Yeah, me too.
Of Montreal. It's a beautiful city, and I like the culture up there. It's really cool. So to see a game also where Montreal plays, the history there. It was pretty special.
Yeah. All right, who is the GM of the year? This award drives me nuts.
I thought they had given these awards out already too. I didn't know they saved this one. Maybe do they normally do this? Do they normally save it for the draft?
I don't recall. I feel like this award is dumb because like it's always like with like, I think being a good GM, like you always have to like kind of go back a little bit, and it's always for like what happened immediately last year. And you know what I mean? Like, it's just like building a team takes time, and I hate this. I hate the way they do this one.
Yeah. What's also just like, how do you evaluate it? Like, is it Colorado's GM who's now built this team over the years, or is it the GM who's like made the moves this year? A lot of time with moves that GMs make, you don't even know how they're going to play out.
That's what I mean.
Seasons.
Yeah. Like, I just feel it's always like just a knee jerk to what immediately happened. Like, oh, well, they won the cup. I mean, yeah, okay, I guess you built that team, but it's like some GMs don't even, like, they're not even the guy responsible for it. Like, like you look at like obviously like Drury in here for like New York, right? Like, he did make some moves that help the Rangers, but like, let's not pretend that there wasn't a bunch of ground laid out for him already.
Yeah, exactly. That was already a fairly star-studded lineup. Yeah, he made some good deadline moves that ended up helping them, and he kind of changed the feel of that team. But at the same time, like, they're good because of the players they had previously. Those stars at the top, like Shesterkin also in net. Like, these weren't moves he made.
Exactly. Like, he didn't draft the kid line. He didn't.
Exactly.
Joe Sakic, obviously, he won the cup. I mean, how do you argue with that? And Joe, I don't even like, I don't hate, because obviously like Joe Sakic did bring this team from the absolute depths of hell to a cup final and a Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
So I don't hate it. I just think that, again, right? Like, at least this is a GM that actually did the work. It wasn't like, oh, I kicked the previous GM out of his job and now I'm here and we did good.
Yeah. The way I see it is this one I'm actually okay with, just because of the fact that like this was over a period of time, and like here is the payoff. You won the cup. You're now GM of the year. You built this, amazing lineup, right? Like, no one's surprised they won the cup. They were, I think, probably the odds-on favorite when the season first started. Yeah. They probably are among at least the top 2-3 teams that had the best odds. So yeah, he's probably deserving of it. But again, like, how do you measure it? He traded for Cogliano like that. Sure, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, look at I thought bringing in they brought in Darcy Kemper after Grubauer left. I don't know. I mean, you can't really argue. I mean, I'm a little concerned about them now. But again, it's like, is this another thing where you trust the process, right? Like, I thought Pavel Francouz, when called upon, was really good in the playoffs. I'm not a big Georgiev guy.
No, me neither. I was the first season he was with the Rangers. Anytime I watched him this year, he looked bad. Actually, there was a couple games I went to this season where I found out he was starting just before the game. And when I go to games, I sometimes make like small kitty bets just to add like some excitement for a game that's not featuring the Sharks. So I remember changing what my bet was going to be, because I thought originally Shesterkin was starting, and I ended up winning both the bets I made because I was like, I don't know, I just don't trust Georgiev to win this game. It's a multi-level drop down going from Shesterkin to Georgiev. So
yeah. I mean, I was always like I've always been like higher on Shesterkin even before he was in the NHL. I always thought like Georgiev's not going to be the guy, and I was always really nervous. Like, maybe I'm hard on him. Like, I think he's just a healthy Adin Hill.
Yeah.
And maybe that's too hard. I
actually would rather, I think, have Adin Hill, honestly. I think Adin, the value is higher with Georgiev because of the Rangers, and when he first started playing, how good he looked is at least being like maybe a low-level starter and a high-level backup. But at this point, I really don't see much of a difference in their performance. No. From when Hill was playing this year, he actually showed promise a decent amount of the time. I mean, his numbers weren't horrible for the team. Reimer outplayed him, but he wasn't bad.
No, like he was pretty up and down. Like when he was bad,
Yeah.
he was really bad. But when he was on, like, I don't know. Like if Aiden Hill was the guy, like if it was just Aiden Hill and you didn't bring in James Reimer and that was your answer for Jones, like it's lateral move.
He had a 906 save percentage.
He did.
Jones hadn't topped 899 in the last like 2
That's
years.
true.
But no, I see your point. See, I was gonna say almost in this regard, like I think Hill maybe looks better because of what we've dealt with the last few years. So maybe I'm being a little too lenient with him just because I'm thinking of how Martin Jones was the last couple seasons. But then I think Reimer kind of brings me back down to earth because that's what our real goalie should look like every year. Like your starter. I think this year we looked at Reimer as if he was like a Vezina winner.
God, yeah.
But like, yeah, the truth is even his save percentage was only 911. Like he just played very well. He came up big in big moments and he was consistent, which is what you want from your starting goalie. But by no stretch of the imagination were his numbers like earth shattering. But again, we're kind of like down in the dumps as Sharks fans after the goaltending we've experienced the last few years. So even Hill to me looked good this year, especially when he was really good. I thought he was really good.
Yeah.
You know, and I liked some of his technical skills. He just needs, I don't know, he was a little erratic at times. And I feel like, I don't know, I couldn't quite pinpoint his upside in terms of like consistency, but I liked what I saw at times. And early in the season, I thought he was going to be our starter.
Yeah. Yeah, I worry about I like Kaapo Kähkönen and the goalies. Obviously, 3 goalies. They're gonna probably have to make a decision here. A lot of people want to move Reimer, and maybe it's because I'm just so shell shocked by Martin Jones. Like I think Kaapo Kähkönen's probably gonna be the guy, but I feel like in order to be the guy, shouldn't you have to beat the guy who is the guy right now? Like I don't think one of those guys should just be handed the net. I feel like one of them has to unseat James Reimer.
Yeah, if it's up to me, it really comes down to the return. I don't want to give any of them away for nothing.
Right.
I think we get the most value. I actually don't think there's any chance we trade Kähkönen.
No, I think Kähkönen
the
is
franchise
safe.
looks at as like our future goalie, right? Or at least the one they want to give a chance to be the future goalie. I think it's really between Hill and Reimer, and at that point it comes down to, do you want younger Hill, whose values probably dropped since you originally gave up a second for him, or do you want Reimer to tandem with Kähkönen and form a fairly good, at least a pairing you know is going to be pretty good? You don't know with Hill what you're getting still. But Reimer could probably return something because he's only got 1 year left. His contract is good, and he's a proven like starter. So one of those top teams who has no cap space might be willing to part with something in return for him. So you really got to weigh, if you're the Sharks, what you want out of that. But you can't go into the season with 3. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
They got to move one of them.
Yeah, I understand why people would want to move Reimer, but I feel like even at the deadline, like goalies generally don't fetch much. So I don't know if like the return for Reimer would be good regardless of when you trade him, but I just feel like if he can have another season like he had this year and you trade him at the deadline, like that's not a bad move.
Yeah, with moving him, like when I talk about a decent return, I'm talking maybe you get a second round pick and a B prospect, or a second and a third round pick. I don't know. You're not getting a first round pick probably for any of our goalies.
Kemmel finally gets drafted by the Nashville Predators at
Nashville.
17.
Right.
So
right.
I think that like at this point, I think would it fair to say like your top tier players in this draft are now all off the board.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone from my top 15 list is gone except Lambert and Yurov. And Yurov, we known all along that was a huge risk factor.
Yeah.
Because I mean, really, he probably should have gone top 6 or top 7 based on his abilities. Lambert, he could go anywhere. Like some people had him ranked even in their 30s. So you never know where he's going to go. But yeah, at this point, the top board's gone. So like, it's really anyone's guess who each pick's going to be. Like you got McKenzie's like top guys. But yeah, now is when it becomes more of a guessing game, I think.
10 more picks till the Sharks. Can we tap dance until then? Stay tuned. Special. Oh, the first round's so awful because it is so slow.
Yeah, that's why you need to be a top 15 pick. Because at this point, you have your pick, then you're discussing the pick.
Why have you done this
either
to me,
excited
Sharks?
or bummed. Yeah.
This is because
Maybe we get lucky. Maybe they trade up to like 20.
Yeah, and that was a question earlier in the chat too. Is like, do we see a situation where the Sharks maybe trade back up? I don't think so, but you never know. Like, unless they think like a guy that they've identified might go off sooner, or they get like a sniff of it. But I just wonder if it, like, again, this is a weird draft. It's not, as I think we've been really spoiled in the last few drafts. With some of like the top end talent that's been available. I think this draft, the drop off was pretty steep after the top.
Yeah, I'm looking at Mackenzie's list, and it looks like everyone from his top 15 has gone except Urov. And then he also has Lambert right there at 16. So after that, he's pretty much spot on right now with who's been taken. The only one that's kind of climbed that was lower on his list was Ogren and Matejchuk. So
yeah, he's Skylar in the chat, like, are we surprised that there's been no, like, the Sharks haven't did any trades? I'm not. I'm not, because I don't think, like, okay, like, maybe Brent Burns can get you something of value, but is he going to get you a top, like, is he going to get you a pick that would have been had already? I don't think Brent Burns, I think gets you a return. I don't think the return's that good. Like, I don't think he's getting you a top 10 pick or a top 15 pick. You'd have to retain just a god awful amount of salary to do that. Yeah,
and also just the factor of Greer just coming in. I think he's going to settle into the role. I mean, you got to think about, he's probably still having his first conversations. I'm sure he drew up during the extensive interview process a master plan of what he envisioned for the Sharks, like, turnover.
Right.
But actually acting on that then is a whole nother step. He's got to make calls. He's got to speak to GMs. He's got to get feelers out there. Like, this is not a 2-second thing in most cases. Like, most things don't just come out of left field like Joe Thornton's trade did when it happened. Like
I don't think any of those players like that are listed are going to net you the kind of return that you have to do it right this second, that you couldn't do it tomorrow, or you can't even wait till after the draft when you might, get another GM's attention and try and be the dentist. None of those players, to me anyway, are players that are going to net you a return that you have to do it today. I'm not upset that they haven't done anything with those players yet, because I don't think any of them net you what you're looking for today, unless you're packaging something completely off the board, like you're deciding for whatever reason, please don't do this, but you're like, oh, well, I don't know if we're going to have the money for Timo Meier, so, Timo Meier and Radim Šimić, like, then at that point, yeah, okay, we can have that conversation, but those players alone, there's nothing that has to be done today.
Yeah. I think we'll see the moves come. This is not going to be a quiet summer, I think, for the Sharks.
No, it shouldn't be.
When those moves happen is going to be anyone's guess. What do we have? Free agency? Is it a week from now?
Yep.
My days are all messed up because of this whole different schedule. Because normally by now we would have drafted 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, and free agency would have been.
I should change the ticker, shouldn't I? Who will give me a second here. I will update the ticker. I didn't want to do it on air, but it is what it is. Let's finish up 27th. We'll change that to 27th, and then I don't want to do the whole trade. We'll be here.
So next up we've got Dallas. Watch, 2 minutes from now, Dallas has traded their first round pick for Brent.
Yeah, right. And then
after just talking about
just because that's what happens. Do you think that Canadian teams, it's safer for them to draft Russians than U.S. teams? No, I don't think it's. I think Russia's being very weird right now, and I think. Look, the way things are in Russia, I mean, especially if you're drafting from one of their top teams and their buddy's Putin and they don't want their player to go, then they can just manufacture stuff to keep them in the country, apparently. I don't think it's safer for a Canadian team over a US team. I don't think I think it's just an NHL versus KHL thing at this point. Would you agree with that?
I would. I feel like they just kind of get paired together, and it's also, from Russia's perspective, probably them against the world.
Yeah, at this point.
So it's
I
Yeah,
don't think one
I
NATO country has it better than another at this point.
no, no, and it's really I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen with any of that stuff that's going on. Not like even obviously away from the impact on hockey, but like it's anyone's guess,
Right.
right? So like this is kind of unfounded territory for this
It
generation and
is.
like the world in the modern
Yeah,
sense.
because
So
this stuff, like this kind of stuff, like this was like this is old Red Army stuff.
mm-hmm.
So I don't know who did they take. The Dallas Stars have selected Bischel.
Bixel, that's the defenseman that I liked for the late first round. Okay.
Not
18th
Brent, not a Brent
overall.
Burns trade. Sorry to say, guys.
Nope. Well, that rumor or that fan fantasy is going to have to go out the window for now.
Ken Holland on the phone. Oh man.
But even on that same point we were talking about, I even read that there were some teams that have already like absolutely removed Russians no matter what round it is. So like imagine someone like Yurov dropping to like a team wouldn't even take him in the 4th or 5th round. That's how uncertain they are. So at that level, you know, I can't see the Sharks being one of those teams who would take one of them. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. It just seems like a risk that's not worth taking unless you're like on your, I don't know, maybe for like Arizona, who used to have what 8 top 2 round picks. You can shed one of those. I mean, they just got rid of a few of them to the Sharks, but
yeah, if you're Arizona, you can absolutely take that gamble because you're picking 100 times. Like I would be, like as much as I like a guy like Yurov, like if the Sharks pick him at 27, like I don't know how happy I am about that. Not because I don't like the player, just because I am super concerned that he may just never be able to come.
Yeah, see, the one that I had my eyes on was Miroshnichenko. He obviously had the diagnosis with lymphoma, and he apparently medically is doing much better. It's anyone's guess as to how accurate that is. But he was originally slated to go like top 3 or 4 before this season in this draft. Now you add the Russian fact to that. Is he available at the Sharks pick at 45? I think there I'd be okay doing that. I think I'd be okay risking the 45th pick for a guy who should have gone top 5.
Absolutely.
Especially when you already had 2 picks take in the books at that point. But at 27, I'm still going to be somewhat cautious. That's your first pick.
Yeah.
And there's too many other good names available at that point to risk never getting a player that will never come to North America.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you like to trade down and then not take a player that is going to play ideally, like just based on, you know, and this again, it's not based on his skill. It's based on politics, which sucks, but that's the world we live in.
Yeah. Yeah. Does play a role.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. You know, and PJ48 in the chat saying, like, Russian hockey players have been threatened and extorted for 30 years, but for the most part, it's been under the table. Now it's above the table. It's crazy to see what's happening. Yeah, I mean, again, like, the stuff happening in Russia right now, that it's wild. It's stuff that I never thought in my wildest dreams we would go back to.
Exactly.
Like, I just, you know, like there's always going to be like, obviously, like the KHL and NHL were going to squabble over an agreement for transfer agreements. And there's always going to be that kind of tension. But to do the things that are happening now where it's like, oh, actually, no, you have military service. And I mean, obviously, like just stuff that we've never encountered before, or that's never really come to light before. Like no one, I know like some players do go back to their countries because that have like, I know Nico Hischier went back 1 year and did some military service over the summer. So I mean, I understand like that is a thing that happens, but we've never really heard that with Russians where they're, you know,
actively at war.
Well, and that's true, and that's the other thing too, right? Like obviously they are currently in a war with the Ukraine, so I mean that does change the landscape a little bit, but
yeah, I think most of the European countries to some degree require some sort of service. Like I know I've got friends who are from like Greece and Italy and Spain. Yeah. I know the ones from Greece, like they're supposed to do a year of service. I think it was 1 year, maybe 2, but there's like all these ways of getting out of it. Like if you're working internationally and delaying it, you can keep delaying it. But that's a whole different ballgame when Putin's running your country and you're at war with another country. So it's like we were saying, unfounded territory.
It is.
No, there's no way of knowing what's going to happen with these kids. And now that you're hearing about a player being detained, that's terrifying, right? Like, he's literally being forced to stay to serve in an active war. So it's like, yeah, scary stuff. And then you wonder, what is it going to do to Michkov next year, who is supposed to be a generational talent, right?
Yep.
Supposed to be slated for number 2 or number 3 overall, of what is supposed to be one of the better drafts in recent history. So what happens with him? Is he going to somehow drop? Like, his deal is with the KHL through 2026. What are teams going to think about that? That's what I'm really interested in as well.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, right? Like, there's always, like, again, there's always been, like, stories of, like, you know, having to pay people off or whatever, and it's like, and it sucks, right? Like, I feel bad for a lot of these Russian players that constantly get asked these Putin questions, because, like, they literally could put their family in danger that's not over here. And I think it's I understand people, like, you know, you want people to say the right things, but I mean, some of these guys are, you know, I mean, look, some of these guys are absolutely Putin fanatics, and to me, I don't know how you justify that. Like, if my leader was crazy like Putin, I wouldn't stand here and not say bad things about him. But I mean, but I wouldn't want to put my family in danger either, right? Like, I can call the prime minister a dork, and no one's coming for my family when I do that, right? Like, my family's not going to get disappeared tomorrow. Not so much in Russia, man, and that's scary. And I feel bad for players that are put in that situation.
Yeah, I think that's the big element, is always the family element. Like, Ovi is one of the ones we talk about. He's probably a bestie of Putin. Like, it's pretty out there. Yeah. But some of the other players, like, I feel like they're mostly just quiet because there's not a single one of them who doesn't at least have an extended relative or some sort of direct family there, you know. And like you mentioned, they're a direct threat based on what you say. We've seen what's happened to people who've spoken out there. It's not good.
Not good.
So,
no one wants to get.
I don't blame those guys for. I almost hate that they even get asked those questions by the media, because it's like, why are you trying to put him in this position? Like, I know you need to write an article, but, like, think about this guy's position right now. No.
Ogren to Wild 19
or your garden. Okay.
Not bad.
Wait, what? Oh, so I had the wrong your garden guy before, didn't I? It was Ostlund who went first. Never mind. I had my whole thing back. Oh, okay. That's surprising to me.
Yeah, so Ogren.
I would have thought Ogren would have gone first.
And that's the Kevin Fiala pick.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me go back here a little bit here, just a couple of things. Jim Nill, when asked about Klingberg, says they've been talking for about 10 days, so they'll see where it goes. I can't see Klingberg sticking around. I can't see it. Let me see if there's anything else here I need to touch on in the chat. I think we're okay. As I scroll through it. Does anyone have any clues going to be Coach Sharks? I have no idea, man. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Obviously, like, a lot of people have made the David Quinn connection. It's not inspiring.
No, I mean, there are definitely worse options.
For sure.
But yeah, I'm not really in a place where there's really any one coach that I want, to be honest. It's like, I'm kind of more interested in there being a name who hasn't been like recently fired. I feel like even kind of the fact that I'm excited with Greer as a new GM, I'm kind of tired of recycling the same names. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't mind if there was one of those new guys coming along who's either like a stud in the AHL in terms of coaching, or even from somewhere else. Yeah. I forget who was it, LeBrun, who had the article recently on The Athletic that went through the whole entire list of coaches who are probably like the next big candidates. And there was like 3 or 4 names on there that I liked. But for the most part, again, like, I'm not as dialed in with a lot of what their bodies of work have been. So I couldn't even tell you who, like, oh yeah, this is absolutely the one coach I want the Sharks to have.
Yeah, I'm going to go back in the chat here. Bletch in the chat saying it's also NATO's fault for exploiting the situation. I wonder what would have been the U.S. reaction if their athletes had been banned from any sports competition since 2003. And I don't really want to get too into the weeds on this. So all I'm going to say is this. If you don't want your athletes to get banned from national competition, don't have a state-sponsored doping thing, right? Like it's not because of the Ukraine that this has happened. The country got caught with a state-sponsored doping ring, and it's obviously when you get caught doing that kind of stuff, like, look at, obviously, again, I don't want to get super into the weeds here. Doping happens in all levels of sports in many different countries, but when you get caught, these are the consequences.
Yep. that's about what I can add to that. I feel same boat. Like, this is definitely an area where I feel like I'm not as knowledgeable as some other people from the political aspect of things. I try to keep my mind away from that stuff. It's just stressful day in and day out. But yeah, this is a big issue, and it expands beyond a lot of things that people would directly pinpoint it to. You know, it's more than just some players and even doping, and like, this is the whole culture that comes out of what's going on in Russia, down from top
I mean, would
right?
I want to be completely surrounded by the biggest military alliance in the world? No. I wouldn't. I can understand that from a Russian perspective. Like, do I think that it's black and white? NATO are the good guys and Russia are the bad guys? No, I do not. It's complicated. It's gross. And again, I don't want to get super into the weeds. Let's move on.
So caps are on the clock.
Andrew Burnett. Would you be interested in Andrew Burnett coming to coach the Sharks?
Yes and no. I kind of feel weird taking 2 fired Florida coaches in a row.
True.
But yeah, I mean, he was up for Coach of the Year, right? He did good things there. So, yeah, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah,
But again, I don't feel overly strong one way or another.
I think that, I mean, I give him a lot of credit for what he did in Florida. I mean, Quenneville went out and he basically kept the train on the tracks right up until the playoffs. And look, should they have done better against the Lightning? Maybe. They definitely had pieces, but it's the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Yeah, like, there's no shame in losing to Tampa. Right. I think everyone going into that series was probably I don't know. I did feel like Florida might do a little bit more this year just because of how jacked their lineup was. But I still looked at them kind of as I looked at, I want to say Colorado a year or two ago. Like, just an unproven but super talented team.
Yeah.
And again, Tampa's just a beast. No one in the East has been able to take them down for 3 years now. So there's no shame in losing to them. But yeah, I don't know. Burnett, there's worse names out there. Yeah. It's kind of similar to Quinn. You know, I wouldn't be overly happy or upset if either one came our way.
Who's Washington taking? Oh, is it Yurov?
Oh, Miroshnik. There's we go. First Russian. Oh, he's even in the building. Look at that.
They smuggled him out.
Yeah, right? Is he just going to stay? All right, 20th overall.
Okay.
So the Russian factor is officially off the board now. It is the Capitals, so Ovi power.
That's true. That's true.
That's a factor.
That's a factor. He does have Ovi.
Ovi will just text Putin and be like, listen, I need him in the lineup right
Caps,
now.
No fear. Yeah, I think if you're a team, if you're the Washington Capitals and you have Alexander Ovechkin on your team, maybe you feel a little more. I like it. I like the pick. I think Washington probably has less to fear than other things. Obviously, hopefully, like, again, with his health is good, because lymphoma is a scary thing. So hopefully he
also had injuries this year away from that.
So I'm hoping that he's healthy.
Year was so weird. Yeah.
I think good for him.
Yeah, 6'1", 185 though. And great all-around player.
Yeah, I like the player. Skates in the off-season with Malkin. I mean, there's worse guys you could skate with in the off-season.
Pretty good guy to train with, yeah. All right, so what that was 20.
Mm-hmm.
We're a few picks away from the Sharks again.
Don't screw this
There
up,
are
guys.
some decent names on the board. None of my top guys, but Lambert's still there. I will not be upset at 27 if we get Lambert. That would be pretty sweet.
Super sweet. And
I mean,
imagine
at a minimum, I think he's a middle six player. At a minimum, with his skills, I don't see how he doesn't make the NHL and contribute. And if you have top line upside, that's pretty acceptable where we'd be picking.
Yeah, I think if you can pick up Lambert at 27, I mean, seeing the way this has gone, obviously with the benefit of hindsight, like that's not a terrible move. That looks way better than throwing down on him at 11.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, with the benefit of hindsight.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I know there was some more hype recently on Owen Pickering. I personally wasn't really high on the guy. He got 33 points in 62 games this past year with Swift Current, but he is 6'5", 178, and not a terrible skater.
Right.
So, like, again, that whole obsession with like big defensemen. Yep. Anytime someone thinks they can get like the next Zdeno Chara, like they're gonna go higher.
Teams are still trying to do that, aren't they?
Yeah, they always will be. But I mean, you have to remember back to our Taylor Doherty days, right?
Nick Petrecki. Yeah, Taylor Doherty for sure.
Yeah. Back when he was our top prospect. Those are sad times.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing with Nick Petrecki, and I've always said this. Nick Petrecki was a fine pick. The problem was the Sharks picked him, and then the rules changed.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I feel like if you could still water ski, like, Nick Petrecki would have been great NHL defenseman. The problem was the rules changed, and
I do kind of miss those days when we had multiple first-round picks, though. It's always exciting.
It is.
Like, even the year we took Bernier, and we had the 2 first-round picks that year. I miss those days. Like, I feel like we're the only team who probably hasn't had multiple first-round picks in the last, like,
little
decade.
bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been nice to hit on some of those
We're lucky to even
picks.
have a first-round pick, usually. Well, yeah, I mean...
Doesn't matter if you don't hit. I mean, so far, interesting. I'm curious to see what Pittsburgh's going to do here. Because I wonder if Pittsburgh, like, again, you know, I wonder if, like, players, like, teams that have Russians, like, significant Russians on their roster are going to be the ones that are going to try and really, you know, to take a guy like Yurov who's falling. Now, we don't know what Malkin's going to do yet, but...
Yeah, unsigned at the moment. I liked his comment today on Letang's on the post. He's like, I hope I don't have to play against you. That was good. Appreciate that.
What do you think of Marc-Andre Fleury re-upping in Minnesota?
I'm a big fan of Fleury. That's why I always hated that he was on Vegas. I like his game. He's old these days, but $3.5 million for him is not bad, right? Like, yeah, he's 37. $3.5 million for 2 years, and you have him and Talbot like competing, I guess, for the job.
Yeah.
Unless they plan to move Talbot, but I think they're just gonna continue to try to win. I mean, they've got some of the pieces that they need. They looked like a really elite team at times this year. I actually thought they'd do better in the playoffs, but yeah, I think they got him at a good rate. In 2 years, it's a full no move clause, so he's going to be there. I think he was tired of moving cities at this point, at this late point in his career. But yeah, I don't hate the move for them.
I wonder a little bit about the term.
2 years, you think so?
It's just the same thing. It's just when goalies get up there, right? Because when goalies fall off, man, they fall off a cliff.
That is true. I'm trying to think. So, like, worst case scenario, let's say he's absolutely horrible this year, right? He's relegated to backup duties, and then you're paying a backup for $3.5 million. Yeah. Could be worse. I mean, our starting goalie's only making 2.2, so yeah, it's pretty bad when you look at it from that angle. So I see your point. I think it's a pill you can swallow for his upside, but all right. Penguins. Oh, they just brought in Letang to make the pick, huh? Fresh off that new deal.
Pickering.
Okay. 21st. All right. He's off the board.
Do you like that for the Penguins?
Yeah, I think it's a solid pick. I don't think he's got like elite upside.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he plays in the NHL, and like he's a reliable guy without any major weaknesses. Um, yeah, I think he's in all situations defenseman, so that could be a good pick. Actually, I've seen him compared to like Tyler Myers,
Okay.
which early on in his career, Tyler Myers was a pretty good
Yep.
defenseman, and like I think that's kind of exactly how I'd look at Pickering. Big guy, play all situations, but not really great at any one thing.
Right.
So yeah, at 21, right? That's the pick, 21. That's not bad.
Still some. I mean,
And if
again,
he
still
does
some
amount
players
to
like with the
something,
way things have kind of gone here. Like, I hate the. I mean, obviously, there's a couple players that went earlier that I would have loved the Sharks to have, but I, with time to reflect, like I'm not super mad about the Sharks trading down.
yeah. And the fact that someone like Kemmel drops that much makes me then concerned. Like, am I attached to this player too much, or like are the people whose I don't know rankings I've also been scouring through? Like, I mostly see highlight reels, small games here, and if a player played like a nationally televised game like World Juniors, I'll see that, or like Olympics, for example. Like, get to see those, but otherwise you're looking at highlight packages,
Yeah.
right? So you may be missing out on something. Then if these teams have scouts there at like half their games or a handful of their games, and they're saying, okay, yeah, no, this guy's not a top 15 pick, then maybe it's my ratings that I'm just kind of like a little bit off and a little overrating the guy. Yeah, it's one thing when your team goes off the board. It's another thing when a bunch of teams don't choose a guy. So
Yeah.
then again, Barzal, the year he dropped, he was super talented, and there were some questions with him.
What was
So
Boston thing? Like, could you imagine? Like, yeah, so
Oh
they
my
would
God,
be
right?
they would be an absolute cap hell. But could you imagine?
I was still living in Boston at the time, and I had some good friends who were hockey fans, and I have to tell you, I was laughing my ass off throughout that draft because I was kind of bummed actually. Originally, we took Timo Meyer because I really wanted Connor or Barzal with our
Yep.
pick, and I even would have been fine with Branton in our pick.
Yeah.
At the time, so like I was aiming for those guys or one of the defensemen. It was Provorov and Werenski,
But they were off
they
the
didn't drop
board.
to us. Yeah, exactly. So that's why when we took Timo Meyer, I was like, I don't hate this because yeah, he's probably going to be like at least a second line player. I didn't think he'd be as good as he was now. But I was like, okay, I don't hate this, but I'm a little bit upset. But then when I saw the Bruins go 3 picks in a row without taking either Connor or Barzal, I was like, what is happening? And I just love dysfunction in Boston. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah, when I saw that, I was just like, I remember I was texting my buddies, just dying. It was great.
It's one of those things because like before the Sharks were in the league, obviously as a hockey fan, and I was a Montreal Canadiens fan. So like my hate for Boston stems from that. And even though like I like Montreal is absolutely dead to me, I still like there. But some of the teams that I hated when before the Sharks were in the league, like I can't shake the hate, and Boston's definitely up there. Like, why do you hate Boston? Well, because as a Canadiens fan before the Sharks came in the league, and I just haven't shook it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, and if you have any exposure to Bruins fans, they can be, especially when you live in their backyard.
Yeah,
they can be a tough.
Yeah, one
swallow.
of
The
my
only-
really good friends was a Bruins fan when we were growing up. So yeah, it was always
Yeah,
fun.
the only time I've ever I've been always the opposing fan. As a Sharks fan growing up in New York, I've gone to more of their Sharks Northeastern games than I've gone to, obviously, in San Jose. I mean, I've made the trek out there multiple times, but like my home base is here. So I go to every Rangers, Devils, Islanders games for the Sharks. I've gone down to Philly. I've gone up to Montreal, Boston. I've been to Chicago. So I've been to all these places, the Florida cities. So I'm always the opposing fan. The only place I almost got into a fight was in Boston. And it was because...
Not in Philly.
And no, actually, no. In Philly... It was, to be fair to the Philly fan, the Flyers, but in Philly, their fans, it was an afternoon game on a Sunday.
Okay.
So there were a lot of families out.
All right.
But the Bruins game, my God, there was this one idiot just yelling in my ear the entire way out after the Bruins won the game. And I was wearing a Hurdle jersey, and the whole time he was just yelling, Hurdle sucks, Hurdle sucks. And I was with my ex-girlfriend at the game at the time who was a Bruins fan, and I just remember thinking, like, I'm seeing red right now, but this guy's here with his boys. What am I going to do, right? There's like 5 of them, and he's just being an arrogant asshole. And I was just like, this is like the worst moment for me because it's hard enough being an opposing fan in some cities, let alone a city like Boston. And then you have to deal with that crap after losing a game. Yeah, so that's something that always is in my mind. So whenever bad things happen to Boston sports teams, I usually enjoy it.
PJ saying he was a Boston's fan before the Sharks got a team. Listing us like Ray Bork, Adam Oates, Andy Moog. Andy Moog is a goalie that I super love, and just had he was in a division with Patrick Waugh, because I don't think Andy Moog gets nearly the amount of love he should get in hindsight.
No, he's a very good goalie in the 90s. Yeah. No, the Bruins I mean, they haven't really won as many cups as you'd want them to for an original 6 franchise.
Sure.
But they have some legendary names in their history. So, I mean, I respect the franchise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Their fans just annoy me. It's really as simple as that. Right?
Cole, do we take Hughes? The lesser Jack Hughes.
He should be available in our range. He's a name that I circled if the Sharks traded back late into the first round or early second round. I don't know. He didn't have a bad freshman year, but his numbers don't really stand out. I think he's more of like a depth player. I don't think he's got much star potential, but
Mason McTavish making the pick. I didn't hear.
Gauthier. Yeah, he's a big forward. 22. Okay. I'm fine with that. That's not necessarily one that I really wanted the Sharks to take. But he's got some goal scoring abilities.
Do you hate it? Do you hate him going in the division, though?
Yeah, the Ducks get him as well. And he is a big player. He's 200 pounds plus as well. Big center. I remember reading that people thought he could rise because he was a big center. Because he's right. This is right in the range he was projected, but some thought he could go top 15.
Right.
That's a good pick for them. Yeah, in that range, that's pretty good. Add that to Minchikov. They're having a pretty good draft.
Having a good draft.
So, yeah, that's a bit of a bummer.
I always like that's the. I mean the Q. It's the Q. Big guy scoring goals in the queue. Am I impressed? A little bit.
Under a point per game in the queue always kind of turns me off, though. Right? I feel like the queue is the higher scoring. Like, I feel like you need to put up more points in the queue. But 31 goals in 66 games isn't bad.
No, not bad at all. I mean, and again, like coming out of their Ramparts, good program.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So I mean, my OHL bias always comes and bites me a little bit. I mean, again, like won them, Q team wins the Memorial Cup, so didn't get the respect they deserved. The Sea Dogs, probably a lot of teams overlooked them coming in. Obviously, they got bounced early in the Q playoffs. Bring in a new coach, win the Memorial Cup. So I credit to the Q. I mean, like again, like I don't think the Q is a bad league. I just think it's the lesser of the 3 Canadian leagues.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I usually would say OHL, WHL, and then QMJHL. Is how I'd look at it. But
PJ saying a lot of teams had got you higher. I mean, with this draft, who knows, man? This draft has been fun.
Again, it's always that overrating of like centers and size. Yeah. So players like him, and then like defensemen, I always think like those are the players that I tend to not get attached to, because I'm like, there's no way I have any idea where this guy's going in terms of like falling to the Sharks or being available in their range, because it's just anyone's guess. Like having that number 1 center is the most coveted thing in hockey. Yeah. It's not quite as big as like quarterbacks in football, but if there's someone who's going to jump, it's a big center. Yeah. So that, or like a D-man. I mean, you've seen a lot of the D-men went earlier in this draft than I think some had expected. There were definitely some lists that had Nemec and Juracek as high as they were, but to have all of the defensemen that I looked at, like I think it was like 5 or 6 of them now already off the board, is kind of surprising considering we're only at 22. So.
Kevin Weeks apparently reporting that several teams are expressing interest in Habs veteran goalie Jake Allen, adding some interested clubs: Washington, Edmonton, New Jersey, and more. Oh, if you're the Oilers and Jake Allen's your guy, man, I don't.
That's not an. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Former Blue, he was on the
Yep.
Blues, right? I'm not thinking of the wrong
Nope.
guy. Yeah, former Blues goalies, I think, are the most overrated goalies. For some reason, these players look great in when they're with the Blues, and then they leave and they're just like okay.
Yeah.
Allen being one of those guys, and I don't know if you're looking for him and he's your solution. What are you doing? I don't know.
I am not a big Jake Allen guy. I've never
No.
had been, even when he was on the Blues. I mean, like, goalies are head cases just in general, but he's extra head casey for a goalie, I think. And, I mean, look
Yeah.
at, like, you don't want to be too hard on him based on his play in Montreal, obviously. But yeah, Jake Allen, he's just not a guy. Like, when we did our goalie tier list, I think I had him in my like 1B tier, and to me that's Jake Allen. Like, Jake Allen's a 1B guy in this league, and I think if you're a contending team, if you're Ken Holland, going from Mike Smith to Jake Allen, like,
Yeah, and exactly what I was saying. So you look at his last year with the Blues, 927 save percentage, 215 goals against average.
but lost the net to
Now,
Dominican.
yes. Yeah, exactly. Goes to Montreal, 907, 905. Big drop off. Now, he did have a couple seasons in St. Louis where he did have numbers in that range, so it's not completely off the board. But his career average is 911 save percentage. 2 years in Montreal, not great. Montreal sucks,
Right.
but still. I just don't know. If you're Edmonton, why is that your solution? You just saw what happened with Mike Smith. Is he really that much of an improvement anymore?
I don't think so. I put them in the same tier of goalie.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. And also, the thing about this that annoys me is I just want one rumor with the Sharks. We haven't really had any rumors with the Sharks in terms of like players and interest. If there's teams going after Jake Allen, they have to be calling the Sharks about Reimer, right?
You would think.
That would only make sense.
You would think.
You would think, exactly. But we haven't heard a single like thing about, people are calling the Sharks actively about their goalies. Like, how come? Why is that not happening? That's the only time I'm really confused with not making a move yet. I want to at least hear some conversations, like the wheels are turning, and
Yeah,
I
agree. And it's just, I wonder if it's just because of like with the GM search, like things were kind of quiet out of San Jose. Although like Mike Greer ended up being the guy, and he was basically, he was heavily rumored to be the guy for quite some time. So I don't know. I know the Sharks try to keep things protected better than the nuclear codes, and that doesn't always work out for them.
Yeah, they hate any sort of leaks.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, which as a fan is kind of frustrating at times.
Jimmy Snuggerud for the Blues
There he goes.
at 23.
Okay. Solid. Wasn't terribly high on him, even though they compare him somewhat to Timo Meier in the way he plays. But big forward.
Yeah, I mean,
can score.
I really like what the States have done with the National Development Program. Like, they produce some
unreal.
Really, really good players. It is, in my opinion, one of the best developing programs in the world. And considering where it came from, I mean, amazing stuff. I always like, whenever a guy comes out of the National Development Program, I'm always like, yeah, maybe I didn't have him there, but like, I will trust the process.
Yep. Bordelot.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think it's only been really 10 years, right? 15 years since the National Development Program has really become the powerhouse that it is. Like, at this point, are you feeling better about any other league at the level you are with that? Maybe some of the Canadian juniors teams in particular.
Sure.
But yeah, when I see National Development Program, I know like 10 years ago when I saw it, I was still like, guys gonna go to college. We'll see. But now it's like, oh yeah, no, they're producing studs every single year in the top 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think the work that USA Hockey has done there, I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal what they've done. And I think, like, again, like I American players have come so far, and I think it's, if you put money into something, it will do well. And obviously that's something the Americans have no shortage of. Yeah, I think it's what they've done with this program. I think, like, they've definitely put USA Hockey on the map, and it's only a matter of time, like, I think, until it really starts, like, best on best tournaments, like men's tournaments. It's only a matter of time before I think the Americans are going to be a consistent threat there.
Yeah, I think That's now the 5th player from the National Development Program that's been taken already. And there's still a bunch more to go.
Yeah,
that are
like Ricky's saying
high up in the
SHL greater
rankings.
than the, but again, I think when you like, do I like look at the SHL to me is like the number 3 league in the world.
Yeah.
But
I think
as a
that's fair.
program, like considering where, like as a program, I still think like what the Americans have done with the National Development Program should be commended, because it has, like, for a long time it was just college, but there wasn't
Yeah, and
enough emphasis putting in on developing those players before they got to college.
Yeah, and I really wouldn't even compare the two. 'Cause I
Right.
think SHL, when you look at it, it's more a product of this player is doing so well in juniors there that they get the boost to the SHL.
Right.
There's no sort of really, I think, of development in drafted players, right?
Right.
Like, yeah, they're playing against men, so we look at it like, oh wow, they can do this against professional. Great. But if you look at like the National Development Program, like they're constantly developing these players
Mhm.
for years. Like it's a machine at this point,
It is.
just churning out talent. Whereas the SHL, like we said, it's just like a promotion for this young talent.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think, and then that's what I think. I think just looking at how, like, just developing the young player, like look at like Hockey Canada has some issues, man. Canada doesn't really produce the goaltenders it should anymore, and I think like where I think, you know, I like there's again like some of these goalies that have come up, Connor Hellebuck, right? American, yes.
College
Yeah.
ranks. Yep.
Like I think they've done a lot of, like, again, is it the absolute be all and end all of development? No, but considering where it was just 10 years ago, like Mark said, like it should be commended.
Yeah, and I think on your point about Canadian goalies, like as high as I am on Benjamin Gaudreau, our prospect, they're talking about him like he's going to be the starter at the next World Junior Championships, and I don't feel like he's that level of prospect when you think about a power nation like Canada in terms of hockey. Like you should have, I think, a better goalie prospect. You got Kosa, Sebastian Kosa, but like I wouldn't think Gaudreau would really be in even the conversation for the World Junior Championships team, but he is. So I think it speaks to kind of what you were saying about the goaltending issues. But Kosa is a legit talent. I mean, it was surprising last year when he got taken ahead of Wallstead, but he is a legit talent.
But again, I feel like there was a stat that was put out of like how, like, obviously Canadian goalies, like Canadian CHL goalies, like getting obviously a lot of preferential treatment, I think because a lot more scouts watch there. But like when you look at like some of the guys that are coming up, like they're all coming from Europe. And
Yeah.
I think it's just because I think some teams obviously have really good scouting in Europe, but is that across the board in the NHL? I don't believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually feel pretty safe with goalies coming from Europe, unless it's the Sharks signing them.
Right. But even then, like if you're signing him, like you're taking a gamble, right? Like obviously Melnichuk
Yeah.
didn't
There's no
turn into the guy that I think we all hoped that he could be, but
even Kozhinash.
yeah, and Kozhinash too, right? Although Kozhinash was drafted.
Was he? I thought he was signed when or was he drafted late?
He was drafted
I
late.
thought we
I
had
think he was a
signed him
late
after that really
pick.
good we may have drafted him, but I thought it was after that really good World Junior Championships he had that we got him, but it might have been a draft and not a selection or a signing. So I could be wrong on that.
Pretty sure Kozhinash was drafted.
But yeah, I remember the other guy that was it Detroit who signed him. They were calling him the monster or whatever, the Swedish goalie. I forget
Gustafsson.
his name. Yeah, and he didn't really kind of pan out either. But
You're off to the Wild, considering
okay.
all the stuff going on with Kaprizov.
Yeah, bold.
Really bold.
24th. All right. So
Again, like this is a player that to me has fallen based on the politics of the situation rather
sure.
than skill. Like there's obviously things that are outside. To me, this is like the Merkley pick for the Sharks a couple of years back, right? A player that talent-wise, take out all the outside noise, Merkley was a top 10 player. easily.
Oh yeah,
Easily. And I think with Yurov again, not anything to do with his fault in this situation. Obviously, like Merkley had some issues on his previous teams, where that's where the noise came from. The noise for Yurov has nothing to do with the player's skill at all. Oh, Kozanash was undrafted. All right, fair enough. Vince G correcting me in the chat.
Yeah, I thought it was because I just remember him having that amazing World Juniors, or was it an Olympics? I don't remember what it was, but I just remember thinking, okay, maybe the Sharks have something here. But yeah, in terms of Yurov, what I was going to say is I wonder if these teams... Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Toronto's on the clock. Let's see, are the Sharks moving up? I hope not now.
Peter Mrazek and 25th for 38.
Okay.
There you go. For 38.
So the Blackhawks get Mrazek? Interesting.
Fine. I mean,
yeah.
It's fine. I think with what Chicago looks like they're doing, I think you need somebody to play. Obviously, Peter Mrazek's not a terrible stopgap guy.
No. So this is their third first-round pick now. So they got Korchinski, Nazar, and let's see who they get here. Starting to look a little bit better. I still feel it's an L based on what they gave up.
Yeah.
But it's looking a little bit better for them. Depending on who they take here. I have no idea.
Right.
I mean, do they get Lambert? Lambert would be a pretty nice upside pick for them here. He's still available.
Yep. You know what? And if there was a team that I thought might would roll the dice on a guy like Lambert, like the Leafs are definitely one of them. So them trading the pick, I don't hate.
Yeah. Let's see.
Like if your play at this point is to get Lambert, and I think looking at the guys on the board, like I don't hate Lambert here at 27.
No, at this point, I'm hoping he drops to the Sharks.
That's
if the Sharks get him at
27, I want. So
oof.
I think.
I mean, I really would have even been okay with him almost at 11. I would have been a little bit upset because I just feel like we're reaching there. But at 11, I'd have been okay with not Mrazek. I don't know why I'm thinking his name just 'cause this trade, but Lambert would have been fine there.
Too much jinx going on. Yeah. Lambert will be gone.
Yeah.
I just think if you look at the guys on the board, like Lambert would be a guy that I like. If the Sharks get him, I would be ecstatic. If the Sharks don't get him, I don't like. It's not going to change my opinion of the trade based on the way things have gone. I just think it's an absolute steal if you for a guy that a lot of people had pegged for the Sharks at 11. Like a lot of people really wanted Lambert at 11, so to get him at 27 would be amazing.
So if you think about what the Leafs did here, they shed $3.8 million in Mrazek to move down.
Do they take? Does that help their? Does that improve their odds of retaining Jack Campbell though?
Maybe. Trying to think. So they freed up $3.8 million. Mrazek was underperforming there. It makes sense if there wasn't a player they wanted at that spot to move down 13 spots. It's not the worst move, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. There's something else in the chat too. Yeah, Mrazek was pretty not great this season for, I think. Good job for Bill Guerin. Bill Guerin declining to talk about Kaprizov. Not surprised. Braden Holtby to the Oilers. A lot of people are making this marriage as well. I think there was a time where Braden Holtby was one of my favorite goalies in the league. No. Braden Holtby, again, to me, if you're if you're looking for a team that's trying to be a cup contender, Braden Holtby doesn't excite me.
Yeah, he's in the tail end of his career, right?
No, he's in the middle. He's on the downswing.
Well, he's more like the downswing, I'd say, in terms of performance.
Correct.
Yeah. Um, I don't think he moved the needle.
No,
Basically,
no. I mean, he's a safer guy than maybe like making move for Georgiev, but even then, that's not saying much.
yeah.
Rinzel to the Blackhawks at 25.
Okay, all right.
He's still on the board, kids.
Sam
High school player, eh?
Rinzel. Yeah, I feel like that was a bit of a reach.
Yeah, it's a weird pick for Chicago. Chicago not weird, man. Weird.
Yeah, Central Scouting had him as the 19th North American skater, and Hockey News had him at 42. I don't think he was in Mackenzie's top 32. No.
It's a weird. This is a weird pick for the Hawks for me.
Oh no, he was. He was at 31.
Okay.
Mackenzie had him at 31. Okay.
It's weird. But again,
early,
like
but
with
yeah.
this draft being what it is, it's a weird pick. High school drafting out of high school always makes me raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, because the numbers, you just can't trust
Right.
them. Like playing against high school kids, it's just like if you're not putting up amazing numbers, like what's your issue?
Yeah.
You know? And then that transition usually to like college or whatever is a bit slower.
Where's he committed to? I don't have the volume. Where's
Minnesota.
Okay.
Another Minnesota, yeah.
I mean,
But that's not till 2023. I think he has another year before then.
I don't hate it. Like
his
if
commitment.
Minnesota's interested, then I don't hate it, right? Like I think it's like it's one of those things where it's like depending on where they go, you're kind of like okay, maybe, right? Like Jasper Weatherby was a pick that I was really confused with at the time, but because he was North Dakota, I'm like, let it play out.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do we got? 2 now until the Sharks?
This
One
is
more
pick
and then it's
25,
us,
so
right?
there's one
Yeah,
more.
okay.
Montreal's next on the
So-
podium with the trade that they got for Toffoli.
Lambert's on the board still. Yuri Kulich was a name that I had marked that I liked. Yeah, Grafurkis is still there, but I think he'll be more of like a second rounder.
PJ saying, Sharks trade done again. This draft show needs to go for another 2 hours. Second round's tomorrow. If the Sharks do anything else again,
tomorrow.
we just kind of cry.
Yeah.
Look at let me take a peek at the Yield YouTube. 89 people watching right now, though, man. I mean, like, if we have entertained you for this whole time, and I think we've had to do a ton of tap dancing, so I'm hoping everyone's enjoyed the show so far. I really super appreciate everyone obviously watching. To come along with this. These shows are difficult. I'm not gonna lie, and when it goes as long as we've had to go, I feel like we've done a good job. But
Yeah, for sure.
This isn't easy. I super appreciate everyone being along. I hope that we've entertained. I don't know how great this show is going to be on replay, but for you guys that have all been here watching, again, subscribe if you like what you see and you think we've done a good job here. The way you can help us is hitting the likes. We got 29 likes so far. Amazing watching. Again, we obviously appreciate. Look at there's many outlets that you can do if you've chosen us. I super appreciate it. And the dead air segments are amazing. Thanks, Hot Wheels. This isn't easy. I'm not going to pretend like this is going to be the easiest show that I've ever done, but I like the challenge of it, and I'm glad that you guys are here along for the ride, and super appreciate everyone with the positive words in the chat right now, keeping us going.
I agree with everything you just said. And I think that these people that are joining in or that have been joining us this whole time, they must share the love for the draft like we do. So happy to be on the ride with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like Bill Lockhart saying, you guys did a great job. The extent of your hockey prospect knowledge is awesome for us layman fans. And I'm going to say, like, on the prospect side, it's all Mark. It's absolutely all Mark at this point. If I had to do this by myself, we would have sunk. PJ48 with the super chat donation again. 2 more hours. Please God no. But thank you.
I think we're starting to pick up a little bit of speed with the drafting.
Yeah.
So yeah. At this rate, Sharks will be picking in about 10 minutes?
Ideally. We'll see. I mean, Montreal taking
the They're on the clock. So
Yeah. 2 more hours. You guys are masochists. Or sadists. I guess sadists. We'd be the masochist for going, or would we? I don't know. You guys are masochists. Yes, I've got this all confused. Again, this is what happens when you've been on doing the show for 2 hours trying to keep things running.
The brain turns to mush.
The brain has turned to mush.
Well, with Montreal on the clock, right? You got Slavkovsky with the first pick. I hope they don't, but do they take Lambert and get the probably who would have originally been the top 2 European players coming into the season?
Yeah, interesting stuff here. Cassie, is that a thing that's happened? I haven't heard it announced yet. AJ in the chat saying Cassian to Arizona with number 29 for a future second and a future third for 32. We'll see if that that's interesting. Let's see if that comes to fruition here. But I mean, like AJ's.
So Arizona moved from 32 to 29. Is that what we're hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be
interesting to move to that spot when you still don't know who's going to be available. But
you're Arizona.
Yeah.
What if the Sharks skip over Lambert? If he's look at Lambert's a guy I really like, but there are some red flags there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Like there are some red flags. Like I would like that pick, but do I think that is the be all and end all pick for the Sharks? No. It would be a nice, like, again, for people that had Lambert in that 11 range to trade back, get some more draft capital and still get Lambert, if that was the play all along, is a hell of a move for the Sharks.
Yeah. So Montreal's pick is in. They're about to make it. But I'm with you. Like, at this point, I don't think there's any one player that's going to go in the next 2 picks that I'm going to be super, like, yes, excited about. Right. Like, even Lambert at this point, like, it'll be great to get him this late. But
who's Montreal taking? Filip Bystedt for Montreal at 26.
Okay. All right.
Lambert's still on the board for the Sharks. Again, like...
He will be on the board. All right. Okay. So on the clock, I mean, I really don't know who I wanted to take. Lambert would be
fine. Like, I'd be like, I'm not going to be mad at the pick. But I'm not, like, you're right. Like, I'm not, it's not going to be like Eklund last year where I would have jumped out of my chair and done something super silly online. Like, I will like it.
Yeah, at this point, I would be very happy with that, just because I just didn't think he'd last at this point. I also didn't think the Sharks would be picking here. A few other names: Luca Del Belbeluz. He has offensive abilities, but he's also got some weaknesses. Like I mentioned, Jagger Furcus. There's always Jack Hughes, the big defenseman I talked about, Maverick Lamoureux.
One-time Sharks make the pick we all want. Man, Eklund, like, did not like the Eklund pick? Question mark?
Everyone loved it. Yeah, like, how could you not like it? If that was, like you said, the jump out of your seat, exciting time when you're taking a pick.
Yeah, like, I was so ecstatic to get Eklund at 7. Like, I thought...
Like, each pick that went by and he wasn't taken, I was just like, oh,
I didn't think he was going to make it past Detroit.
Happening. Yeah, exactly. Like we were mentioning, anytime as a top Euro player, especially a Swede, like, come on. He's going to Detroit, but... All right, so Sharks on the clock. I don't think there's a chance they move again, right?
Yeah,
at this point,
I can't imagine. But we will see. I mean, it's super exciting. This is the moment we've all been waiting for after they traded the picks. So
3.5 hours later.
3.5 hours later.
This is the moment.
Interesting stuff. I'm curious to see. Like, I figure at this point, like 27 will go to the end here. I didn't think, like, if the Sharks made their pick at 11, like, what were we gonna do the whole rest of the draft? Nah, but
maybe not.
Mods need some help here. Need some help, mods. Help us out.
I forgot about Isaac Howard. He's still available too.
Isaac Howard would be a nice pick.
Some had him. So Central Scouting had him as the 9th North American skater.
Like,
again, I don't love his upside. I think he's more of a middle 6 forward, but even McKenzie had him at 20.
Yeah.
National Development Program.
This is like, look at, I again, like, I think Tealtown does a really good thing. That we do good work. I think we do good work. I'm obviously very happy with the work that we do. I still think as far as YouTube goes, we're a very tiny speck. But if we're getting porn bars, we have to do something right. Have to be doing something right. That's all I'm saying. That's how you know you've made it. Porn bots.
Checks the box.
Oh my goodness. This is again, we've been doing this for a while now. And like again, like this has been really tricky because like look, Teal Tinted Glasses has gone 2.5 hours before. But there's a plan there. There's no plan here.
Yeah.
That's the difference, right? So
yeah. Plan here is just adapt.
The plan here was just kind of wing it for hopefully
Yeah.
not 2 hours, but because of what the Sharks did, again, for everyone who's stuck around to this point, while my brain turns to mush, I love all of you. What's Lambert's downside? I get nervous because again, two teams, not a ton of points. Like that's to me like as a guy who hasn't, again, Mark's here because Mark's done the work. I have not. But for as just a guy who has watched hockey as long as I have, and look there was a point in time where this was totally my jam, and I would have been the guy who, on Teal Town that would have done the work. But as a guy who has done the work in the past, and I look at Lambert's numbers, like I'm like, why? It definitely made me question, like, why are we so high on this guy, right? Mark, what are your flags with as a guy who's done the work way more than I have at this point? What would be your concerns with Lambert?
It's the production, really, because like everything else is there. The scouting reports, the video, the eye test, it's all there. You see him. He can skate. He might be the single best skater in this draft, and he's got good puck skills. He's got moves. He's not bad defensively. Like he's got everything. Like he's got everything you need, but there was just no progress this year in terms of production, and it wasn't a one-team situation like you mentioned. Like he was traded and still didn't perform. He just, I don't know. I think the upside is there for a top-line player, and the thing is, with his tools and his speed, I really look at him as like, at worst-case scenario, he's probably a depth player in the NHL, or maybe he's not happy with that and ends up staying in Europe or going back to Europe after playing here for a little bit. But I don't know. I feel like you have to take the opportunity here to draft a player with his skills, especially with the trajectory the Sharks have been doing. They're working towards a speed-based game. You look at all the players they've drafted, all speed. Size doesn't matter. It's all puck skills, speed, playmaking abilities. Like he has that. He would be a perfect complement for that. So at this point, I don't know how you don't take him. But again, look, I don't have quite the viewing I guess capacity as a lot of these scouts, and the Sharks have a lot of scouts in Europe, so they might have some more concerns.
Yeah,
we'll see. But they're stepping up now to make
Mike
the pick.
Greer on the podium.
The moment we've all been waiting for. He's got something written.
The chat saying, is he Gregor 2.0?
I mean, that's a fear.
For sure. Like, that would be my concern.
But I think he's got way better tools than Gregor does.
Right.
Or did at this age.
Yeah, I would concur with that as well. Again, like Noah Gregor, like I like Noah Gregor, but like it's hard to. Noah Gregor like wasn't a first round. Like he's not. It's if he turns into Noah Gregor, like that's a concern with the guy you're taking in the first round, I think.
Yeah.
Some nice words about Brian Marchman, obviously.
Exactly. Yeah.
I can't imagine like the Sharks coming in to this weekend and having that happen. Like I can't imagine what these guys are going through at this point. Like just even like as a guy who these guys have obviously all worked with for a significant amount of time, played with, obviously he passed away in Montreal, so something happened in Montreal we don't know, and I don't really care what happened. It's a tragedy.
Yeah.
Like I can't
And that's
imagine
the
what they're
thing.
going through.
The Sharks keep so many things in house. So like these aren't just like a couple years in the front office together. These are guys who've been not only just played together like a decade plus ago, they've been working together for years. Not so much Greer in this case, but like the whole organization. Marchman's been there for so long. So it's like everyone who's at the table right now must be in
Yeah.
shock if you think about it.
Yeah. 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 I mean, some really kind words from my career, obviously.
Shocking.
And again, I cannot imagine having to do the work like they have to do, like to have to pick yourself up and, you know, really not get the time to grieve and have to, you know, like this is a big deal, obviously. And this is what Brian probably would have wanted, obviously, honestly, but like I can't imagine having to get up and go to work if this was, you know.
Yeah. Bringing up Doug Wilson Jr. for the pick.
Filip Bystedt? How do you feel?
Trying to get my thoughts together at the moment. 45. Big center. Good junior stats.
Yeah.
And his stats aren't. I mean, he didn't have a lot of experience.
Are we a mile off the board here?
I don't think so. The Hockey News had him at 45.
Okay.
And then Central Scouting had him as the 17th best Euro skater. So I don't know. I'd have to do more research. This guy wasn't really even on my radar.
It's not. Yeah. I mean, is this? Does this excite me? No. If this was a Tim Burke pick, I would probably be losing my mind a little bit. Right? Because
yes,
this feels very very pre junior thing. And here's the thing with Mike Greer, right? Like I know a lot of people are gonna be like, oh my god, Mike Greer comes in and this is the pick they make. This work's been done for a long time. I think Mike, would Greer in his previous position come in and probably have some thoughts as far as like who the Sharks may or may not pick? I think, yeah. Is he going to have it? But this work's been done. But this is,
I think,
but you know, I think this is, this, you know, Carl Barclay in the chat, you know, we waited 2 hours for that.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Look, this might be a fine pick.
Yeah.
And it definitely feels like some of the old era picks. It's off the board. Like he was not even in the like Central Scouting or the draft bios thing that I have. I think he's just outside the window of what they included. But I'm going to trust the fact that Doug Wilson Jr. and our European scouts have done their business on him. 6'4", 204 for a center, not bad. So if he can skate, you know, not bad. Unfortunately, the Hockey News has his comparable as Brock McGinn. That doesn't move the needle.
No, that does not. That hurts.
But yeah, skating is really good apparently. So if you're big and you can skate, that's a solid blend. Yeah, the franchise doesn't have a ton of big centers,
and it's
really any,
and that's the thing,
so.
like something that you mentioned a lot as we've been on the air about like the Sharks really lacking size.
Yeah.
Do you have to get that size in the first round though? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, look, it wouldn't have been my pick, but at this point, I think, as we both said, it kind of, once you get to this point in the first round, it's like a toss-up. It's whoever, like, your team scouts have kind of fetishized at that point. Like, they get their obsessions. They're human just like any of us, you know? And if they're watching him game in and game out, and they're seeing something that, you know, moved the needle for them, I mean, his junior stats are pretty good. 49 points, 16 goals in 40 games in the Swedish Junior League. So, I got to do more research, watch some more tape on him, but my initial feelings a little bit down on it. I did not think that was what we're going to come out of the first round pick with. Or, yeah.
I'm not. Am I disappointed? For sure. Like, this isn't like, I think there's some guys that I probably would have taken, but it's going to be interesting. This could be a pick where I think in a couple we might turn around. Like this. I wonder if this is going to be something where it turns into a Josh Norris situation.
Yeah, that's a perfect comparable. We were all pretty down about that,
right? Like,
yeah.
This is something where I wonder if this is something that's going to be, we're going to look back at this like we look at Josh Norris now and go, yeah, I didn't like the pick at the time, because I did not like the Josh Norris pick even at the time when the Karlsson trade happened and Josh Norris, like, no one, even at that time, like, there's a lot of rewritten history there. I don't know what the phrase I'm looking for there is. But I feel like there's a lot of rewritten history around Josh Norris because of the player Josh Norris has turned into. But at the time, no one was happy with that Josh Norris pick.
No, and I think even when we traded him, people were like, okay, that's not a big loss. But I don't think people thought he was going to become
right.
What he turned into, which is now a solid top 6 center or top 2 center on an NHL team. Like, he's borderline. I think he's a fair first line center at this point. He's pretty good. Maybe not the top-notch first-line center, but he's shown the capability of being one. So, looking at what Corey Pronman has for Filip Bystedt, he has him as skating NHL average, but that's pretty standard for him. So, if Corey Pronman gives you NHL average, he basically thinks you're good at it. So he says NHL average for skating, below NHL average for puck skills, hockey sense to compete, both NHL average. And basically what we're saying, solid junior player, not significant numbers at the SHL level. He was an important part of the under-18 team, having 7 points in 5 games at the Hlinka Gretzky tournament. Not bad. They say he's got a clear NHL toolkit, 6'3" center who can skate well and has some offense. You get excited about his offensive potential or his pro potential sometimes when watching him, but nothing is really elite. So, his overall thoughts on the pick, he thought he could get into the first round because of his size and skating ability, and he provides size element that lacks in the Sharks system. He just, in terms of pure upside, isn't sure about that in terms of what you're looking for late in the first round.
I feel a little bit better at that. Like, I feel like hearing that, I feel a little bit better about it.
Yeah, he's likely an NHL player, and maybe he turns out to being that middle 6 center, which is a good commodity to have.
Late first, like, that's not the worst thing to come out of a late first round pick, right? If you turn him into a solid middle 6 guy in a late first, especially in a draft like this, that's a win. I mean, again, like, I'm not excited, but at this, like, if this was this feels like an old regime pick, but I just wonder if this becomes like a Josh Norris situation.
They've earned I think they've earned our trust,
correct,
the scouting department, with how they've performed over the last 3 to 4 years. So I'm going to give it time. I think the only reason I have any sort of down feelings is more just because of where we originally were in the first round. So I was hoping we'd come out of the first round with like a blue chip prospect, which this guy, I don't think he is. So it kind of leaves us with still only William Eklund is our only blue chip prospect. So in that regard, it's a little bit of a bummer, but we have 2 second-round picks. So if we get a couple Bordelos, or maybe even Lambert drops to that pick now, we're only, 5 picks away from it?
Right.
Who knows?
Lambert didn't, again, Buffalo went up, they took Kulich, so a guy like Lambert is still on the board, right? Like, I think, and again, with Lambert, like, there's some red flags there, right? And I think with this player, there's some definite concerns that I would have. Red flags, I don't know if, I think with anyone you draft in this, there's going to be red flags at this point in the draft.
Yeah. And I wouldn't also get too bothered by the stats. I mean, we're still pretty high on Eklund, right? He had 1 goal this year. So, in the same league, this guy had a goal and an assist in 15 games. It's nothing to write home about, but he is still, in fact, was only a 17-year-old playing in a professional league in Europe. So I'm not going to hold that against him, and he's performed against his peers at a much higher level.
Yeah.
So he might have that extra gear.
Yeah. I mean, again, Vince G saying like, I'm never a fan of passing on best player available, but at this point, like best player available is definitely up to, it's debatable, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Best player available is all eye of the beholder.
Correct.
Right?
Like,
they're finally announcing that trade, by the way, the Cassian trade for 2019.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree with you. It's like eye of the beholder for best player available. It's my list. BPA is different than this person's list from that person's list. So there's a consensus usually across the industry, general consensus, but that doesn't make it right. There's always going to be someone who finds those diamonds in the rough. That's how a guy like DeBrincat falls to the second round. So
correct. In that draft, I remember I did an article. I don't know if it was on the old website, so if you can go back into the archives and find it, but I had like DeBrincat was in, I think I did an article about like different players from like different countries and where they might go, and I had DeBrincat mid first round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I feel like the whole Sharks fan base knew Mirko Mueller wasn't the pick there. We all wanted Mantha back in the day. Sometimes the consensus is right. Yep. Sometimes everyone's right. Other times that's what makes the draft so exciting, right? You never know what you're getting. If you knew what you were getting, the draft would be kind of dull.
And my brain is,
but it's like that.
My brain is mush right now. I remember there was a pick last year where I'm like, what did they let Tim Burke, like they had to let Tim Burke make a pick? I'm trying to remember. I got to go back and find the player because I can't remember his name off the top of my head because my brain is mush.
Wasn't Gannon Larocque, right?
Gannon Larocque is the player I was thinking about.
Oh, it was. Okay.
And I was like, what are we doing here? And again, not a first round pick, obviously, but it was like a pick where I was like, what are we doing here? And it's, so far, I mean, I think it's been amazing. It's looked really good, right?
For a fourth rounder.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's become probably our top defensive prospect if you define prospect as someone who hasn't appeared in the NHL.
Correct. Yeah. And so I mean, like, and again, like, not the same situation. I'm not trying to compare the two, like obviously a first round pick versus a fourth round pick, but again, it's one of those situations where at the time I'm like, what are we doing here? And I look like, and I'll eat my hat on that one.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I remember seeing some people even saying that, like, at the rookie tournament, he didn't look like he could ever have professional level like abilities, and I was like, I'm not going to judge the guy who just turned 18 that harshly based on a rookie scrimmage. But then again, to be all fair to the critics, he only had 7 points in 21 games the season before in the WHL. And then suddenly he shot up to 10 goals, 52 points in 63 games as a defenseman. Mm-hmm. Like, that's a huge increase in production. So I'm a huge fan of his. I think he's a very solid prospect considering we got him in the fourth round too. Mm-hmm. Like, he feels more to me like a second rounder at this point. But I think it's fair to be surprised at how big of a jump he's taken since then.
Right. So I mean, again, like, so there is some history here. There is some history here to look like to you can kind of look back and you can kind of take heart. Top Down Hockey obviously weighing in here in the chat. Sharks take Bystedt at 27th. I ranked him 89th overall. Bystedt scored at a decent but unspectacular rate in the Super Lit League and scored very little in the U18 World Juniors and the SHL. His body doesn't justify the lack of scoring at this point in the draft. And again, you're going to get a lot of different opinions, and I think I'd look at Top Down Hockey does some really good modeling and really good at this kind of stuff. So it's concerning. Again, I'm not trying to say, like, I am not trying to say this is a good pick, but I'm just saying with what the Sharks have done recently, I'm not, again, under the old regime, I would be throwing my chair and there would be a ton of profanity at this point, and I'd be like, we waited all this time for that and blah, blah, blah. And I would go completely off on this team. Because of what they've done in recent drafts, I'm willing to let it play out. If I can talk you off the ledge just a little bit, then I feel like I've done my job. But I'm not saying we should be, I'm not saying that because of what they've done, that we should be, running laps and having victory celebrations and everything. Like I can, if you are let down by this pick, I'm not here to tell you not to be. I'm just saying why I'm not, you know what I mean? Like why I'm not completely throwing things around and swearing my head off like I normally would. And, with my patented this fucking team. That's why I'm not there at this point, right? If you're disappointed though, like be disappointed. I'm not here to tell you shouldn't be. But I'm willing to let it play out. And if the Sharks get some really nice seconds, then that can cushion this blow a little bit. And if Lambert falls to their next pick and they can get Brad Lambert there, I mean, that's a win.
I think that's the silver lining at this point. I think we still have 2 picks in the next 15 or 16 picks
right
now that we didn't have before. Yeah. So if you're feeling really down about this pick right now, at least look at that and remember that we got Bordeleau in that range, and there's plenty of other good players that go in the 30 to 45 range every year. DeBrincat, perfect example. So, these little profiles that we get on these players never tell the whole story. So it's like I've learned over the years to try and not get too emotional about it. It is what it is. You do your due diligence, you try and read, you try and follow up on it, but like no one knows what's going to happen over the next few years. So I'm not like crushed by this. I'm not crushed. It's off the board. It's a little bummed, but would I rather come out of this pick with Kemba?
Yeah, I think that they could have traded down and still got this guy? For sure. Like I am not telling you to love this pick, but I am willing to let it play out. That's what I'm saying.
Maverick Lamoureux just went 29th, the big defenseman that I mentioned, 6'7".
Yeah, like
right, that was Arizona.
Like were there players that are ranked higher that should have probably been taken by the Sharks at that pick? Yes. I am not. Don't take this as me defending the pick. Just what I'm trying to explain is why I haven't walked off the ledge. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying be happy. I'm not happy with the pick. I'm just willing to let it play out. It's done. I can't control it. Am I happy? No, I'm not happy, but I'm not walking off the cliff, right? I'm not burning my Sharks jerseys at this point, right? Yeah. Like,
I mean, has any of us even seen this guy play?
Right.
I follow a lot of these guys. I haven't seen him play. I plan to go later and watch a bunch of clips on the guy, see if there's a scouting profile where they have like a highlight reel just to see what we've got in him. But I have a hard time judging someone before I've even seen them play, based on the words of, some other people.
Correct.
So
yeah, again, like I haven't seen enough of this kid to say what happened. I'm just saying with some of the things the Sharks have done with Doug Wilson Jr. at the helm and close to the helm, that I'm willing to trust the process a little. Like, again, look at GMs, all GMs miss.
Having many high picks, he hasn't. The only high pick he's had has been Eklund, right? So you think about it, he's rebuilt this pool of prospects that we have with a bunch of late firsts or second round to third round picks, even later than that. Like, it hasn't been an abundance. It's not easy to do that. It's easy to use the second overall pick or third overall pick and get a star or at least a blue chip prospect. It's not as easy to do that with a pick in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s,
Okay, so Ricky in the chat saying, again, I'm scared our first pick from our new former Grinder GM was size. Again, I understand. I don't understand how, why people would want to say, I don't think Mike Grier came in and overruled everyone and got his guy. I think that it's an easy thing to do to say, oh God, Mike Grier did this, but Mike Grier didn't do this. Doug Wilson Jr. and his scouts did this.
Absolutely. I think I couldn't disagree with that thought more. Honestly, I think Grier today probably was told something by his scouts. His scouts said, look, we have guys that we like probably 25 to 40. This is where they're likely going to go. Get us more space here because we are not as high on maybe number 11 as the rest of the people are, and maybe someone will give up more picks for that. I mean, you talked about the value we got earlier for that 11th pick. I think it was pretty good. If I didn't know anything about those prospects at 11 who were available, I would have been pretty ecstatic getting early second round picks and a late first for it. So I think Greer had nothing to do with this pick and probably even the trade. He might have done the call and filed the paperwork and been the final word on it. But I think today they said the scouting was done weeks ago. They weren't even sure they were going to have a GM by the draft, right? Like this was purely a move. Oh, another trade.
I have no. Okay, you're right. I have no evidence. Okay, again, you have no evidence that Greer didn't come in and do that. Here's the thing, though. I don't know.
Speculation.
But again, speculation. But I think it's really. I think the reaction to this pick, like if nothing had changed in the front office and they made this pick, I don't know if it still gets the pushback, but I don't think it. I feel like Mike Greer. If you're angry about this pick and you think the Sharks are dumb, Mike Greer's an easy scapegoat for that anger. That's all I'm saying. You're right. I don't know. But based on what I know about hockey at this point from watching.
Yeah, I mean, it's speculation either way.
It is speculation either way, but
actually there.
The work was done.
Yeah. Scouting was done weeks ago. Their boards were built weeks ago.
Lambert.
It's really just a matter of Greer listening to his scouts. Damn it. There it goes.
Jets. I mean, great for the Jets. I mean,
yeah.
Big fall. Big fall, but at the same time, like, again, I understand. Like, and again, this is what happens, right? Like, and I feel like we come in and we have a player that we like because we've watched everything and we've read the scouting reports and everything else, and there's players that we like. And look, I mean, if you really wanted Brad Lambert, I get it. I get being disappointed. I don't. Again, you can decide that Mike Greer came in and fucked this up. That's fine. I am not here to bend you to my will. Right? Like, if that's what you want to believe, that's cool. And that's fine. But I'm telling you why I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. And on that note, with Winnipeg taking Lambert, it's funny because I actually would have flipped the picks they made. So at 14, they took McGroarty, right? I would have thought he'd have gone more in this range and Lambert would have gone more in that range. But again, like, it wasn't just one GM passing on Lambert. Yeah. As high as I am on him, I have to consider the fact that I may be wrong. And I mean, how many different GMs passed on him in the first round? So, there are always those guys that are like, how did they get passed on later on? It happens every draft. You had Pasternak the year he got taken, right? I think he was a late 20s pick, right? Wasn't he just a few spots before Goldobin and we traded back around and didn't get him? Something like that. But, no one knows in this moment, in 2022, what's going to happen. Like I said, I'm a little bummed, but I'm not going to, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on this in terms of, if the franchise direction is changing,
right.
who's dictating rules and who made this and that. I have no knowledge of that. Right. There's no way for me to know that. So looking at the pick, I'm gonna do some homework on the guy just to see what we got out of him, and hope for the best. I mean, I'm sure he'll be at the rookie tournament. Sure we'll have a chance to see him fairly soon in terms of at least that. Maybe he'll be at the World Junior Championships at the end of the summer. Not really sure. But we're going to have plenty of opportunities to be sour after we've actually watched the guy play.
For sure. And look at even the best GMs miss on occasion, right? And maybe this is going to be, maybe we'll look back at this in 5 years and this will be Doug Wilson Jr.'s big miss. I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but again, I can explain to you why I'm not walking off the ledge. If you want to walk off the ledge, man, you do you. I'm fine with it. Again, like this, I don't do this because I think I'm like the authority on all things San Jose Shark and everything Ian says is going to be right. Ian has said a lot of dumb things on this show, and there's hours and hours and hours and hours of footage of Ian saying dumb things on this show. You can click on any video and you will find probably a dumb thing that I've said at some point. But again, you do you, man. I'm just telling you why I'm not walking off the cliff. AJ, bring up something from Corey Pronman here. San Jose pick Bystedt wasn't in my first round big board, but he was highly listed in my upside ranking and was often mocked in the first round for that reason. So there you go.
Yep. And I trust him. I do like Pronman. He tends to lean towards smaller, skilled players. So if he's rating someone higher who's not that, which is kind of his, like, I guess, weakness, is that he loves these small, shifty players, then, you know, it says something about the player. And I'm not trying to be overly optimistic in saying that. It's just I've followed Pronman for a long time, back since he was even with ESPN. Like, he's one of the guys that I've followed a long time, and I highly value his rankings. But you look at it now, so 2 picks left.
Yep.
Sharks then would be 2 picks later tomorrow. So 4 picks until the Sharks go again. Definitely a few guys that I mentioned that I liked that are still available. If you're looking for that offensive upside, you got Jagger Firkus. And there's another guy, Julian Lutz, that I liked that was pretty good. And then, I mean, going through lists, there was a Russian, which obviously has the Russian factor that I like, that was much later. He was projected to go, I think, in the 40s or 50s. His name was Alexander Paravalov. So there's definitely offensive abilities that could even match up probably with, like, Lambert in terms of projectability at this point. So it's not to say at this point the Sharks won't, on their next pick a high offensive upside guy. There's going to be guys available. So yeah, we'll see. And most likely we won't see that until tomorrow morning. I think it starts at 11 a.m. tomorrow Eastern time.
Yeah, and I'm sure, I think at some point tomorrow I'm going to figure out what we're going to do, because I will be the only host lurking. I mean, Landy might be around too. We'll definitely do something to recap the later rounds tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. We're not going to do this again. Dear God, kill me.
7 rounds.
I can't do 7 more rounds of this. Even though the second round is very rapid fire and it's bang, 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 bang. I don't know if I can tap dance like this for another 7 rounds. I barely have a voice left. Isaac Howard, 31st overall to the Lightning.
Isaac Howard. Okay.
And John, thank you for your Venmo donation. I want to just point that out as well. AJ, you thanked you in the chat, but I want to thank you as well on the thing there. So there you go. Oh, I'm selecting other tweets. Yeah, so Isaac Howard, Tampa.
Classic Tampa.
Yeah. A very Tampa pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, a guy who's somewhat dropped from his ratings. He was more in the 10 to 25 range in a lot of the boards. So getting him there looks like good value at this point. Yeah, I'm looking through one of my guides, the Hockey News. The only player in the top 24 who hasn't gone was a guy I actually kind of didn't want at all. I feel like for some reason they're way high on this guy compared to the rest of, like, publications and other around the industry. His name's Ryan Chesley. He's kind of more looked at as like an early second round guy, but for some reason Hockey News has him at number 10.
Wow.
And I was like, I don't understand that. But yeah, so I'm kind of happy we haven't taken him, even though I wouldn't mind if we took him in the second round. I just don't see a lot of upside. Like, he's probably more of like a second or third pairing defenseman, not a first pairing defenseman. But
a couple things from Sheng here, and again, this might put people back on the ledge, puts me maybe a little bit leaning back towards the ledge a little bit here. Let's get to some stuff from Sheng here. Sheng Bystedt said he was a bit surprised to be picked by the Sharks. They weren't a team that he talked to most pre-draft. Describes himself as a two-way center who models his game after Jonathan Huberdeau. I mean, I love Jonathan Huberdeau. So if you model your game, if you can be, not obviously, again, I'm not expecting pick 27 to turn into Jonathan Huberdeau, but if you can, be a poor man's Jonathan Huberdeau, that is not the worst thing to get at 27. Now, here's where we're all going to maybe get back on the ledge here. Shang says scouts are telling him that Bystedt is a project pick, loads of size and skating ability, but might need a little more time to grow into his 6'4" frame. Again, and project
not
pick
bad.
Project pick, you probably want to save those for a little bit later in the draft. And some people in the chat saying, like, could they not have traded back again and probably got him? Maybe. We'll never know. Obviously, we'll never know. But an argument could be made that they probably could have done that.
Considering what those scouts are saying, I would be way more concerned if I heard something along the lines of skating is an issue, needs improvement with skating, or is makes horrible decisions defensively. The fact that he plays a pretty level game and is a good skater and is big, that to me just means he's probably raw at the moment and needs some development. No one was expecting the 27th pick to jump into the NHL. If you are, then your expectations are a little bit out of
whack.
Out of whack.
You know, here's a guy that went a couple years ago late that I thought was, and again, I'm not comparing the players, but Keandre Miller on the Rangers in his draft, which I believe was the Merkley draft. That was a guy who was incredibly raw, I thought, coming in, and has turned into a hell of a player. Now, look, raw players don't always turn into Keandre Miller, but if, you know, again, like if this guy can turn into the poor man's Huberdeau, that's not a terrible way to spend a 27th overall pick.
I mean, in reality, if he even turns into a good third line center, you got your money's worth. It's more a matter of, like, again, the whole debate of what if, or, like, you know, what's behind door number 3. It's like, yeah, you're hoping to get that next superstar, but in reality, you should be happy with just getting NHL players out of the draft. You know, and if the Sharks get 3 NHL players out of picks 27, 34, and 45 or whatever it is, you've done your job as a scout. You've turned a fake piece of paper thing saying you've got a draft pick in this slot into real tangible assets. So, it's something that Shark fans are going to probably battle with. This is going to be a discussion point, I'm sure, for a long time, because there were some, you know, fancy names up top, and a lot of people were attached to them, myself included. I usually try to remain pretty level-headed with these things to not immediately overreact. Again, I'm going to go to bed tonight being a little disappointed we didn't come away with, like, a blue chip prospect, which I think I had already said. But I'm not going to, at the same time, speculate that every move we made today, or the move we made today, was the wrong move. You don't know. There's so much that can happen over the next few years, and even with the 2 picks tomorrow, who knows what we're going to get out of those. If one of those, like, we're basically turned 1 pick into 3. If one of these picks turns into a serviceable top 6 forward, you already won, because you've got that asset, and then you still had 2 more chances at getting a good player. So, and let's not pretend this is like Connor Bedard draft.
Right.
Even the guys we were going to take at 11 that I liked were still somewhat question marks. If they weren't, they would have been going 1st or 2nd overall, right? Correct. Like, anything after the top 2 or 3 is somewhat of a crapshoot. And with Shane Wright dropping to number, what was it, 4 this year? Like, yeah, I mean, it even shows someone like him can fall on the board. So you just don't know with the draft. That's how it works. And that's what makes the draft as special as it is. It's what you don't know. If we knew what was going to happen with these players, it would probably suck after the top, like, 8 picks.
With the obviously with Cassian getting moved, does that make room for a potential Kane extension? I mean, I guess so. I wonder if they're going to use that money on a goalie, though.
You think they have to? That's their main weakness, right? Like, if you're trying to improve upon what you saw this year from the Oilers, it's got to be the goaltending position.
Is Mike's, and a lot of people in Edmonton don't think Mike Smith is even coming back.
I mean, the guy's got to retire at some point, right?
Seattle Thunderbirds. Who we got? Reed Schaefer. 32nd.
Okay.
Interesting pick for the Oilers. I mean, 32. I mean, in this draft.
Yeah, he put up solid numbers in juniors. 30 goals, 60-something games.
That's not bad. Seattle was a wagon, though.
Yeah, exactly. They were a good team. I think in this point, yeah, you're looking at guys. It's really hard to go off the board unless you're taking a guy who wasn't really even ranked. But yeah, I think he was probably in people's range more for the early 2nd round. But you're basically there now. So
yeah, Furcus, Casey Hudson all slipped. Furcus, I mean, a guy you mentioned a couple of times. Yep. So be interesting to see where he goes tomorrow.
Yeah, I think his size could hold him back. I mean, it's not so much his height, just that 150 is very light
for the NHL.
And it's also the way he improved this year in production was he went from being less than a point per game player to a huge producer this year.
Jack Olson, he's big and somewhat can somewhat move, but other than that is nothing much. To which AJ responds, we've been saying that at Teal Town since Ian joined us. 5'11", 185. I'm not big. All right. I mean, that brings us to the end of the first round. Interesting, fascinating early on. Well, obviously, the Shane Wright falling to 4. I can't even. I don't know. I mean, like, I am not leaving this show incredibly ecstatic. But we did this. I mean, this started at 7. We were on pretty much at 7. It's 11:06 Eastern. Me and Mark are both in the Eastern time zone. For those wondering what the hell I'm talking about, thinking my brain is even more mush. And if you have stuck with us this whole way, I mean, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it, because again, this is probably the most difficult show I think I've ever done. And you were a hell of a co-pilot, Mark, and I appreciate you being here.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's been difficult, but it's been a fun one. And I mean, for me, like I said, the draft is always exciting. Mm-hmm. So even with the Sharks moving down, seeing what the other teams pick, and then, following these players for a long period of time and then kind of finding out how the pieces all fit into the puzzle is always exciting for me. It's been one of the things I've loved since even before I was a teenager, the draft. So, I really enjoyed doing this with you. It was a good time, and it was fun kind of just going from start to finish, seeing how this first round unrolled,
Oh man. Okay. I have an OG. I remember when we started this thing, sometimes we would get, 4 or 5 people watching. Certainly not the 77 people that are watching right now, but Crispy Churro with a 0, long time OG in the Teal Town family here. Players to look out for in round 2. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, let me go through my list. So as you mentioned, I've already talked about Jagger Firkus a few times. He is an extremely skilled, small forward who produced this year in the WHL. You got Luca Del Bel Beluz, who also produced fairly well in the OHL, has some weaknesses, I believe, with his skating. But he's got some upside. Then you got Julian Lutz out of Germany, played in the professional league for Munich. Who else do I have here? Danny Zhilkin out of the OHL. Just a well-rounded forward. Skills, though, as well. He didn't produce quite at a point per game level, but 20-plus goals, 50-plus points. Who else have I highlighted? Like I mentioned earlier, Alexander Paravalov. I really like his skills. His comparable was to David Pasternak, so that's impressive. And at that point, I'd say that kind of would wrap up all of the guys that I've kind of got like starred here from my perspective that are supposed to go at least in this range. There are a few guys I looked at as like late rounders that were kind of on my list, but in terms of early picks for tomorrow when we're slotted to go, there's also Jack Hughes. He never even got taken yet. So he's on the I forgot about him, but it's more a matter of upside with him. I don't think he's got first line upside. I think he's more of like a depth performer. But again, nothing wrong with that. If you get a few depth performers out of a draft, you're in a good place. So with 2 picks in the next 15 picks, right? Those are the names that I'll be looking for, but I wouldn't be surprised at this point in the draft. It's anyone's guess who's going next.
I think a name that you didn't list that TS 29 of TSN's top 32. Did you mention Ryan Chelsea? I don't think so.
I did not. Yeah. Let's see. I don't think I have him here starred, so he could be someone that I've just missed, or he's just not on my radar. I know some people were mentioning Seamus Casey, but I didn't really have him kind of separated as someone that I was terribly interested in. So I'm sure there's plenty of other talents also, like every draft. Oh, one other guy I wanted to mention, Gleb Trikazov. I'm not sure if that's the correct way to pronounce his last name, but he's on the top of a lot of boards. And he's got the Russia factor.
Okay.
But his skill is supposedly very dynamic. He's not one that I've seen, but he's one that I've read a lot about. So he's a name to keep an eye on. Since he hasn't been taken yet, people might be kind of shook with the whole Russian thing with him. Maybe They're not seeing it being worth the risk at this point, but he could be a second or third round pick. But he has near first round, what I'd say, skills according to what I've read on him. I haven't seen him though. So that's another one to look out for.
Yeah, I think other storylines that are outside of the draft, obviously, AJ in the chat bringing up like Kyle Dubas was talked to, which of course Kyle Dubas was talked to, saying that the Leafs now have enough cap space to make a run at pretty much any goaltender they choose. I think that's going to be an interesting storyline to follow outside of the draft is them. I think the Oilers, what they're going to do in net, I think is another one. Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely some fascinating stuff outside of the draft that's going to happen. I think the Sharks probably want to make some sort of move here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think that's where, I mean, we all fantasize about the other moves with the bigger cap players, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's the first move the Sharks make. It also wouldn't surprise me if it's the last, just to see how some of the goaltending unravels, and depending on who the Sharks are actually making available, because I don't know if teams are going to look at Hill as a guy they're gunning for as like their starter.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they would look for him in a support role as like a backup. But yeah, I think with this many teams looking for goaltending and the Sharks having an abundance, it's something where we could see the Sharks' name pop up in some of the rumors. It's at least what I've been hoping for. And
right.
I mentioned that what feels like now 4 hours ago is that it's just one of the things that I've wanted the Sharks' name to at least show up in. We should be talking with teams about our goalies because we have a goalie problem, right? We have 3 goalies and there's only 2 spots, and these guys can't be AHL players. So
yeah, because you'd have to imagine like even Aiden Hill, who I think is the number 3 goalie as far as the Sharks goalies go, someone makes a waiver claim there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, how do you not take a gamble with him? He was just traded for a 2nd-round pick last year because he has abilities, and people didn't necessarily love the 2nd-round pick aspect of it that we gave up, but there were definitely people in the industry who were like, that's a good move. Like, he's got upside, and who knows if he's ever going to be a starter, but he has upside and it's worth a gamble. So yeah, we have to move a goalie. I think that's one of the things we'll kind of see first in terms of maybe Greer's first non-just draft pick based trade.
Yeah. From the Hockey News, just finishing up on Filip Bystedt here. Hockey News says he's a big-bodied center. He's a pain to clear around the net, and he showed he can physically hang with men in the top Swedish league. They continue saying you can't teach size is a bit cliche, but he might have been picked a little earlier than projected, but he's a nice pickup for the Sharks. So, there you go.
That sounds nice, right? A little bit of optimism.
Yeah.
Take that.
So, I mean, I'll take a little optimism. Again, like, picking there, like, I think you're always going to find interesting picks. So, winners and losers. My brain is mush, but let's try anyway.
I think Seattle's a winner.
Absolutely.
You get Shane Wright at 4, right? So you can't complain about that if you're Seattle.
Yeah.
Clear winner there. Let's see. Arizona had multiple picks too, right? I mean, they made the getting Cooley. I mean, he was expected to go 3rd, so that's not a shocker. But getting him 3rd is really good. And then you also get Connor Geeky, and you got who's the guy they got late? Maverick Lamoureux. I feel like that's a real solid win coming out of the first round, with more picks to go in the second round. So I think they're kind of winners if you look at it that way. I know people will probably hate it. Winnipeg maybe a winner getting Lambert at 30, but you never know on that one. If you're looking at just the picks they made, I would say Chicago, because they got names that I like, but what they gave up to get them is just, I don't know. If you're a Chicago fan, I feel like you got to be kind of depressed coming out of this. Like, even looking at what the Sharks got just by trading from 11 down,
right,
picking up those extra 2 seconds. Whereas for DeBrincat, you get a first, a second, and a third. I don't know. I don't
goals,
get that.
That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, and then giving up Kirby Doc. I don't know. There's no trajectory with that franchise. But if you look at just who they drafted, getting Korchinski, Nazar, and I forget who the third one was, Rinzel. Like, you can't be upset about that haul in terms of a first round. You got 3 players, 2 of which I thought were really solid. So those would be my winners.
Yeah. I'm on the fence on Chicago, like, because of, like you said, like, given I that is something I would like to sleep on and revisit tomorrow, I think, to feel like, but because right now, knee-jerk reaction, I still think the Blackhawks are losers here.
Exactly. If you're factoring in the trades, I 100% agree with you. I would not have made those trades that they made.
Yeah.
Columbus. Oh, I forgot about
Columbus
Columbus.
winner,
Sorry.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Columbus.
Matejchuk and Juracek. That's a nice haul from
That's
this
a really
draft.
nice haul. I mean, Chicago to me, I think is my big loser. Trying to think who else. I mean, Buffalo. I thought they did well with the 2 picks they had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Minnesota. Minnesota's a winner. Absolutely. Minnesota getting Ogren and Yurov. Winners in my book.
Getting them that late. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think like Chicago to me is a loser. I don't know who else. Is Arizona a winner?
I like what they came away with. Yeah. Like we said, Lamoureux, Cooley, and Geeky. I mean,
yeah, when you have that much
gotta...
capital, you can do different things.
And that's the benefit of having multiple first round picks,
yeah,
right?
They had the capital that they could do it.
Buffalo with Savoy at 9. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, and then Kulich later on. I think they got Kulich later on.
Ostland. It was Ostland.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They got at 16. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't think of.
And then Kulich also at 28. Yeah, actually, I'd definitely put them in the winner's circle.
Absolutely.
There.
You know, just rebuild.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I guess if I hit a couple things in there, I think Toronto did well, only dropping 13 picks to drop Mrazek. I would agree with that. Does it make them a winner? No, but it was definitely a shrewd move. I think Kyle Dubas. I mean, they got to win a playoff round at some point. But
yeah, I wouldn't have minded if we like threw in Šimek to that trade with Arizona. That'd have been a nice little piece to shed some cap. Yeah.
Any free agents you would target in particular, Mark?
I mean, there's a lot of guys on the list this year that sound great, but it's just with the Sharks, I'm just so hesitant with anything long term at this point. Yeah. And until they clear up cap,
that's the problem. Yeah,
I've always looked at it as like weak. I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of free agent signings, and maybe some of that is because the Sharks are just not really usually that active with big free agent signings. I mean,
they've always
got Rob Blake at the end of his career, right? Yeah. So it's like, but I think that has actually kind of helped us out because you tend to overpay players. Like, I mean, you don't get good value at free agency because they have all the leverage. So, despite there being a really good list this year of free agents, I don't think I would really want the Sharks to participate unless they were somehow able to shed some of that cap before then.
Here's the thing with this year's free agent list. I think it looks really exciting but I don't think a lot of these players are going anywhere. So it's not that exciting. That's the way I look at it.
I agree with you. I do think a lot of them will end up staying. I think it's just we have a week, so they could stay in the final week before then, or they could just be playing the market and then eventually stay anyway, or re-sign. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a better list than I've seen in past years, which makes it a little bit more exciting, I guess, for the hockey world. But I just can't see the Sharks really being heavily involved.
Yeah.
Maybe they get a depth player or two like they did last year with Bonino and Cogliano, but I don't see us making any sort of big splash.
No, and I think even just for free agency in general, though, like I don't think, because I think a lot of the big fish aren't actually going to move, that even just as a hockey fan, that I'm not really that excited for free agency.
It's an exciting one day just because there's so much movement.
Yeah.
But I've learned as a Sharks fan to not be terribly excited for free agency. Like, it's just what it is. Like, I get more excited for the draft or sometimes even the deadline just because the Sharks tend to be a little bit more involved there historically. But yeah, free agency. I mean, what is our most exciting besides Rob Blake? Then some years you had guys like Nickel and like who's the awful one, Burish. Like Adam Burish, remember that? Like we don't make the sexy signings on free agency day. It's just not who we are. So
a couple last things on Bystedt, and then we'll wrap this up because we have been doing this for too long and my brain is toast. Pronman per Pronman tier, the tier that Bystedt is he's projected to play NHL games. That's a win. Bystedt has been a solid junior player over the last 2 years and got a significant number of SHL games this season for LINKOPING. He was an important part of Sweden's U18 team and had 7 points in 5 in the Hlinka tournament. So that's not terrible. Bystedt has a clear NHL toolkit. He's 6'3" center who can skate well and has some offense. There are times you watch him and get really excited about his pro potential when he's skating pucks up with speed and creating chances. I don't think his play is overly impressive, but he shows enough sense to find lanes and make plays to be a secondary contributor to an NHL line. I think he's going to play. I am not here to walk you off the ledge. Like I said earlier, right? Like, I am not here to walk anyone off the ledge. If you want to walk off the ledge, man, you do you. I'm not here to tell you how to feel. I'm not here to tell you that I'm the authority on all things San Jose Sharks. I am not super happy. I'm not doing any flips or anything else, but I have enough faith in this scouting department that I will let it play out. I think that is the final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with everything you just said. And what I read on him makes me think that maybe he projects as a third-line center, second-line center, which if we come away with that in this draft, it's not bad. Gives us some center depth also. So,
just to finish up here, I don't view Bystedt as a great D player nor a big scorer, but with his tools, someone will find a place for him in bottom 6. Again, you hear that and you go first-round pick. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. He has potential to play higher if his development goes well. Bystedt was a player I suspected would be a first-round pick for a while due to his great size and skating ability while having some offense. Playing the middle, combination of traits that is hard to find. He has some work to do around the edges of his game with his consistency, but in terms of pure upside, you aren't going to find more late. You're not going to find more late in the first round. He provides a size element that the Sharks lack in their system as well. So there you go.
I think it basically sums it up. Time will tell is the best way I'll look at this pick, and then also see what we do with those second rounders tomorrow. So I wouldn't quite call the Sharks a loser today. I wouldn't call us a winner. I think it's kind of just
I agree. Like, I'm not going to go as far as because again, we'll see what they do tomorrow. If they go way off the board again tomorrow, then maybe we can all get our pitchforks out. But here's the thing, right? Like, obviously, you want drafted players. You want, obviously, to draft top-line players. But at the end of the day, you just want them to draft players that are going to play in the league. Right? You want... Here's the one thing with the Sharks that has always kind of been their undoing. And with what they've done at the Barracuda ranks with bringing in John McCarthy to be the new coach and kind of revamping how they're doing things down there, I have more hope based on if it was the status quo taking a player like this. Ultimately, the one thing that the Sharks have had a serious problem with is backfilling. You need guys that can come in and play roles in the NHL, and the Sharks have had a really hard time finding guys who can come in and fill roles. That's why you have to go out and you have to sign guys like Nick Bonino and Andrew Cogliano, and you can go back and pick any number of grindy fourth line, third line players that they've had to bring in at a cost because they couldn't backfill from their farm.
Yeah, and I think you can pinpoint a certain amount of draft years where they just weren't able to replenish the system. So that's kind of why I think they've also been stockpiling picks over the last few years. And you look at kind of the picks they're making. Maybe not all of them have top line upside, but you look at a lot of them are going to slide into that middle 6, hopefully over the next 3 to 4 or 5, 6 years, which is a very valuable thing because then you don't have to go fishing for those players via the market or via trades or whatever. And they also become assets when you need to make a move.
Yeah. So I think that's it. I am losing my voice.
Same here, and I ran out of water.
Anything you wanna throw in here, Mark, before I send this home?
I really think we covered it. Honestly, my final thoughts are that, like I said, a little bummed we're not coming away with a blue chip prospect, but I do trust. I think this scouting staff has earned our trust. So I'm gonna give it time to see what I think about this pick. I'm gonna go definitely watch some clips on him, and then hope for the best with the first 2 picks tomorrow, and then also hope additionally for a somewhat exciting and positive offseason for Sharks fans, because we need it after the last few years.
Absolutely. Again, I want to thank everyone who's come along for the ride with us. This is easily the longest show I have ever done. And without, obviously, because we're reacting on the fly, there was spots where there was like dead air and whatever. And if you are listening to this on the audio and you have made it through this whole thing, kudos to you. I don't know where you're going that you had time to listen to all of this. I hope your dog is still alive. I hope you're still alive. Again, if you took the time to hang out with us and spend your draft with us, I mean, I can't express how much that means to me and how grateful I am for that. But let me take us out of here. Obviously, you know how to follow us on the socials, Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff. Subscribe, like, ring the bell. You know the drill. And that is it. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you the next time we do this, which will be soon. Pay attention. You'll see us.